here's what I want to do. I'm closer to the side. Now I want to no, definitely not. We want to be as flush as possible. We almost want to match the angle of the pole. And I think that's going to help with the look. See this thing right here won't collapse. That really needs to be it. Check 1 2.
That one.
Check 1 2. Yeah, this is yeah.
Check 1 2. Mic check.
I have a question, doctor. It's a little low, maybe. I have a question, doctor.
That I can fix. Yeah, check 1 2.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. So maybe a tad higher. I'm really, because most folks won't do what I just did. They won't be this close.
Did you get your stuff on?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you're welcome.
Showing the year at the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. So the change is that after Chris and Fred, they need to call
Mark, they know. They know.
They
it.
know. Yo,
They know it. If they know it, it's fine.
wonderful. Good morning, everybody. We would request you to take your seats, please. So good morning. Stefan and I would like to welcome the Temple of Science, Engineering, and Medicine at the National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. This, when we were asked to put together this initiative, we decided, Stefan and I, strategically to make it nation-centered. Also, we decided to focus on the output, which is resilience rather than smartness, intelligence, advancements, and put together two things, manufacturing and operations. One is a cart and one is a wheel. We appreciate you joining us as a part of this coalition building process as we kick this off in Washington, D.C. Stefan?
And I want to welcome you as well. We are so thrilled that you are here. We really try to invite the best people we could possibly think of to help our nation to build resilient supply chain, resilient infrastructure, and put it back on the map in terms of manufacturing. And we are so looking forward to all of you listening to panels, participating. And what's really important for us is that you see this as the beginning, not as a one event. We would like to build a coalition with you that will help our nation to build resilient supply chains, resilient infrastructure that put us back on top in the world. With that, we'll introduce Fred Cartwright from Connexus, one of our partners, Chris Ward from SME, who will be the moderators for today and walk you through the program. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to today's summit. I'm Fred Cartwright, President and CEO of Connexus Indiana. We're an Indiana statewide organization focused on strengthening Indiana's advanced manufacturing and logistics sectors As you know, advanced manufacturing is not only the backbone of the global economy, it drives Indiana's economy, accounting for more than 25% of the state's GDP, and by employing 534,000 Hoosiers, makes Indiana the most manufacturing-intensive state in the nation. Not only does manufacturing have a $444 billion economic impact across 9,400 companies, over 80%, significantly, of these companies are diverse, small to medium enterprises, manufacturing everything from pharmaceuticals to hardwood furniture to RVs, orthopedics, and yes, passenger cars and light-duty trucks, where we are second in the nation for automotive production. Also, as the crossroads of America, Indiana is a logistics leader with nearly 725 million tons of freight moving through the heartland annually. Now, Indiana's global leadership position wouldn't be possible without partners like Purdue University and Dr. Mung Chang's vision. The university's efforts in such areas as semiconductors, aerospace, defense, biomanufacturing, agriculture, and transportation figure prominently in bringing jobs and needed technology back to America and in defining the future through excellence in manufacturing and operations. We are defining this future of the manufacturing economy today as we speak in the heartland of the U.S. We're now in the fourth industrial revolution that we call Industry 4.0. The adoption of advanced technologies like robotics, AI, and machine learning, data analytics, and IoT will fundamentally transform the manufacturing industry and enable companies, including these small to medium enterprises, to increase productivity and global competitiveness and accelerate innovation at a scale and speed never before possible. Manufacturing 4.0 is expected to grow over 13% annually through 2030 and beyond. I'm proud today and every day to be a Hoosier who is part of this incredibly exciting and constantly evolving industry. Over my 43-year career in manufacturing, yes, I'm older, I've been blessed to work in such manufacturing-intensive locations in Michigan, South Carolina, Germany, and Indiana. The one thing I know about Indiana, and I mean this sincerely, is complacency is absolutely not a Hoosier trait. As our governor likes to say, Indiana is for the bold, and we know what that means. It means that fortune will follow. This ongoing search for excellence is scalable and exportable to the rest of the world, and Purdue, with its partners, is leading the way. And now, I have the great honor of introducing the president of Purdue University, Dr. Mung Chang.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Fred, AJ, Stefan, for the outstanding job this morning. And I'm proud to say that Purdue University, as one of the top 10 public research universities in the country, and the one with the largest STEM enrollment among the top 50 American universities, is committed to bring our expertise and contribution to the nation's capital, just like today, in areas ranging from semiconductors, tech diplomacy, national security, to C-SPAN archive study, small modular reactor, international finance, and yes, advanced manufacturing and operation. In the case of advanced manufacturing, especially back to America's heartland, including Heartland's hard tech corridor between Indianapolis and West Lafayette, Indiana, Purdue is proud to be the only leading university partner that won this year 3 out of 3 national competitions of hubs. The semiconductor hubs out of DoD, the hydrogen hub out of DOE, and recently Regional Tech Hub out of the CHIPS Act from Department of Commerce. Now, you might wonder, how much of an advertisement is this guy going to keep giving about Purdue? Well, I do want to return to the subject this morning, that manufacturing is indeed transforming society and itself. Perhaps today more so than ever before, as we face the critical challenge of defining what should be the end game in reshoring, retooling, and retraining, the theme of today, and how to get there, especially as we examine new materials, new processes, and new application domains to make it digital, physical, and sustainable. Now, as the public and private partners gather at the National Academy this morning, I'm also proud to make 2 other announcements. So these are the YouTube advertisement slot that you cannot fast forward. The first, now of course, manufacturing advancing without connectivity is not feasible. And we need Industry 4.0 to work with 6G and work with Edge AI and work with ubiquitous connectivity among machines and things. So today, Purdue University is also releasing the Global Roadmap to 6G report, alongside 6 leading companies, including Cisco, Dell, Intel, Qualcomm, Ericsson, and Nokia in the US and like-minded countries. Now, this report is available as of now. It has been actually a pet intellectual project of my own as a researcher in that area, but switching my job at Purdue this past year delayed everybody a little bit. We are proud to release that report. It's not a policy recommendation, but a taxonomy, a dictionary of 12 technologies between now and 2030 across the protocol stack and over time horizon. And now I am truly delighted, excited, honored to make what I think is a transformative announcement. Without business and finance working alongside technology and engineering, engineers alone cannot rewrite the economic equations. And therefore, at Purdue, we launched a new Mitchell E. Daniels Jr. School of Business. And 3 months ago, we recruited the inaugural dean of the Daniels School of Business, Dr. Jim Bullard, who, for the past 15 years, was the longest-serving president of a Federal Reserve Bank. And since then, Dean Bullard has been transforming the Daniels School of Business for a technology-driven free market economy. And today, he is going to announce to all of you and to the national, international audience out there that we have recruited a distinguished fellow for international finance and the inaugural fellow for global business and infrastructure to Purdue at DC. Please join me to welcome Dean Jim Bullard.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know if I can quite live up to the hype here. We'll see. I have a few prepared remarks. We're pleased to announce today that David Malpass, the former president of the World Bank, is joining Purdue University effective January 1. David will serve as Distinguished Fellow of International Finance and at the Daniels School, and as the inaugural fellow of the Global Business and Infrastructure at Purdue at DC. He will split his efforts between DC and Purdue's campuses in West Lafayette and Indianapolis. David is an esteemed economic analyst who recently served as president of the World Bank Group from April 2019 to June 2023. They work tirelessly on poverty alleviation around the world. His career is impressive and his interests are wide-ranging. His time in DC dates to the Reagan administration, and he's been leading economist on Wall Street for many years. The entire Purdue University community will benefit from David's expertise in government, on Wall Street, and his years at the World Bank. Mung and I look forward to welcoming David to the Purdue family today. Help me welcome David to the podium.
Thank you so much, Dean Bullard and President Chang. What a great conference. As you may not know, but my father was a manufacturing engineer, and I grew up loving science and manufacturing. So it is, I'm thrilled actually to be here joining Jim at the business school to help build on Mitch Daniels' legacy and to look for ways to bring science and business together for the good of the nation and of the world. Across its disciplines, Purdue is developing the next generation of business leaders of the most technologically advanced companies. These leaders, some of you here today, will need to help solve the world's biggest challenges through tech mastery, global perspective, creativity, and deep understanding of free enterprise. I look forward to sharing my experience to help develop this kind of leadership, and I'm very happy to become part of Purdue's mission as a leader in business education. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, here's what we say to new members of the Purdue family: boiler up. And I'm going to return the podium now to today's proceeding by introducing a dear friend and outstanding leader, Dr. Al Romig, who's the Executive Director of the National Academies. And I would like to again thank all of the government agencies, private sector partners, my home state, Indiana, and thank all of you, because we are at a critical crossroads in time to define how we will win the advanced manufacturing back home in America again. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the National Academies in the National Academy building. As Mung said, I'm the executive officer of the National Academy. What does that mean? If you're an academic, I'm a provost. If you're from industry, I'm the chief operating officer for the National Academy of Engineering. I spent 36 years in aerospace and defense as part of the Lockheed Martin family, 2 different Lockheed Martin companies before I came here. And one of the things that I learned is if you build only a dozen of something a year, that's not manufacturing, it's production. So look, you go to somebody who works at General Motors or Ford and say you built 30 a year, and they kind of laugh at you if you think that's manufacturing. But nevertheless, a lot of those principles are still the same. Manufacturing has been an important issue for the academies since the very beginning. The academies were founded in 1863 by Abraham Lincoln, which during the Civil War, because he thought that he needed objective, independent advice on matters involving science and engineering and medicine. The first 2 reports that were done by the Academy were in fact very much related to manufacturing. The Civil War brought the advent of iron-bottom ships. There were issues with corrosion, and there were issues with how do you make a magnetic compass work in an iron ship. Now, solving those problems are neither which are directly manufacturing, but they're a consequence of manufactured products. So the notion of how you manufacture something and then maintain it and use it has been at the core of what the academies have done ever since. There were some very key reports done in the 1940s around how do you actually make the arsenal of democracy run and produce airplanes and ships at the magnitude that we did during World War II. And most recently, the National Academy of Engineering released a report that deals with the development of the engineering talent pipeline manufacturing for the manufacturing base for the defense industrial base in this country. So the notion of how do you train people in the area of manufacturing that can then seek employment in a defense industrial base. So we're very proud to be able to host this event here today. And it's also very special for us that Purdue steps forward as one of the real leaders in the nation in terms of manufacturing, the resilience of the supply chain, and so forth. As a matter of fact, we hold an annual meeting every year in October. There's always a technical forum, and the one next year will involve supply chains, maybe resilience. And I actually co-opted AJ to be the co-chair of that with me as we go into next year. It's also a thrill for me to note that 3 of the panels today involve members of Section 8, our manufacturing section. The academies are divided into 12 sections that more or less align with academic departments. I'm in the aerospace section, which is number 1. They're alphabetical. A lot of my colleagues try to tell me that's because the aerospace is the best, and actually, no, it's just alphabetically the first. There's been a close partnership evolving, thanks to AJ, between Purdue and the Academy in the area of manufacturing. And the next event that will happen, if those of you would like to go to Purdue, I guess we have a date in April. Is that right, AJ? Right, AJ? We'll be holding a regional meeting, which is open to more than just members. A regional meeting at Purdue during the month of April, also involving somewhat the area of manufacturing. So with that, again, welcome to the National Academies. Enjoy your time here. I'll be with you for most of the day. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Chris Warren from SME.
Good morning. To say Purdue's doing some phenomenal transformative work is probably a gross order understatement. So go Boilermakers. I am thoroughly impressed with the efforts you're making to transform manufacturing and operations. So SME is the Society of Manufacturing Engineers. It's exciting to see so many familiar faces in the audience today, so many familiar names. And for those who don't know us, our mission is to support and help accelerate the adoption of technologies that can transform operations, and also to attract and develop the talent that's necessary to leverage those technologies to keep manufacturing moving forward. Our mission aligns with the National Strategy for Advanced Manufacturing. I know it came out, a year or 2 ago, but what a bold statement, what a bold strategy, which set the foundation for unprecedented investments in manufacturing, in infrastructure, and in talent development. Industry right now is being asked to step up in ways that we haven't seen in a very, very long time. They're being asked to rebuild entire industrial sectors and to build net new industries. They're also being asked to reshore, to friendshore, to mitigate supply chain risks, and to figure out how to make the technologies, materials, and products that will eventually electrify a sustainable future. Manufacturing is essential to our national security. We all are here today. We wouldn't be here if we didn't realize that. But whether that security be economic or be a secure infrastructure or be our national defense, manufacturing is the backbone. We're also living in unprecedented times. Technologies are changing faster than industry can keep pace. Having a conversation earlier today, companies adopt a technology and the next one's coming down the pipe and they haven't even figured out how to optimize the current one they just adopted. So how do we help? We're facing a talent crisis that we haven't seen in a long time either. We have to rapidly upskill, new skill, and find new pools of talent to support manufacturing. And right now it has to happen faster, and it has to happen faster than sometime a human's capacity to learn and take that learning and apply it. So we've got to figure out solutions to these problems. And the reality is every job role in manufacturing is impacted. It doesn't matter if it's a production or in engineering, leadership, or in support operations. Every job is on the docket to change, to leverage the technologies, the processes, and the practices that are really going to help move the needle to create a real resiliency in manufacturing. So this is why SME is extremely excited to be part of the XMO initiative. We believe it has the potential to really help entire industrial sectors leverage physical, digital, sustainable manufacturing technologies, processes, and practices to really secure our future. It has a collaborative spirit, which we love. At our heart and soul at SME, we are a collaborative organization. We sometimes joke that partners are us, but partnership is the way to make things happen and the way to make that impact and really, again, move that needle. And especially collaboration on developing the talent up and down the chain in manufacturing. Most importantly, though, we think this initiative can help all manufacturers, but really help the small and mid-sized manufacturers that are the backbone of our nation's manufacturing infrastructure. Transform for the future to find the talent they need so they can continue to be the economic engines in which the communities they operate. Because the reality is all manufacturing is local. We all know that. The impact they have on communities has such multiplier effects like no other industry. So we are extremely excited to collaborate with Purdue. We're excited to collaborate with all of you in this room. We welcome the collaborations. We're looking forward to the next steps in XMO. And we really are excited about being part of this group that are passionate about finding practical solutions for talent development, technology adoption, to make sure we have a resilient domestic manufacturing base. And with that, I would like to introduce now Dr. Victoria Coleman. Dr. Coleman is the Chief Scientist of the United States Air Force. She serves as the Chief Scientific Advisor to the Secretary of the Air Force Chief of Staff, and Chief of Space Operations. She provides assessments and recommendations to the Department of Defense leadership on a wide range of scientific and technical issues affecting the department's mission. Dr. Coleman also serves on the Executive Committee of the Air Force Scientific Advisory Board and is the principal science and technology representative of the Air Force to the public at large. Unfortunately, Dr. Coleman couldn't join us in person today, but she did record some remarks to share with us.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Coleman. I'm the Chief Scientist of the Department of the Air Force. I apologize for not being able to be there in person. I know you have an exciting day ahead of you, but I wanted to take this opportunity to share some thoughts with you as you get started with your day. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about manufacturing, and in particular, I want to talk to you about innovation and resilience in our manufacturing. Both in creating it as well as practicing it. And of course, for us, the context for this impetus to rethink manufacturing comes from both the experience that we had around COVID as well as the Ukraine. Both the Ukraine crisis and COVID underline the fact that we have, let's say, opportunities for improvement in our supply chain. And that comes in three different areas. One is capacity. We have systems that were optimized for efficiency under stable conditions. Idle production capacity adds costs but not revenue, so that is not a good place to be. Another area that we had challenges is flexibility. As conditions change, we find out that we have unanticipated choke points in the supply chain. And finally, on the people side, all phases of the value chain, both R&D, production, and sustainment, must be healthy in order to recruit and retain expertise in trades and professions. Some people say that here in the United States, we're really good at growing PhDs, but when it comes to growing talent in machinists and technicians, perhaps not so much. And that is an important point as we think about our people and our ability to both innovate but also scale here at home. I want to make sure that I emphasize that there is a bit of a slippery slope here. We like to believe, for the most part, that we are keeping the high value parts of the supply chain here at home, but then the cheaper, simpler areas, the scaling areas can go abroad. And we felt that. We felt the impact of that really kind of painfully during COVID. And of course, there are further examples of that. So if you think, for example, about microelectronics and what has happened in that industry in the last 20 years, we have managed to lose certainly a very significant part of our production to overseas locations. And that's a problem because unless you have production in a place, you also eventually lose research and competency to innovate. And if we're not careful, in certain critical areas, we can find ourselves kind of sleepwalking into a national descaling. And that's not a good place to be. So I wanted to emphasize the people side. Now, on the scaling side, and why is that important? You know, we all have heard the magical stories about this innovation that happens in the garage in Palo Alto, and these stories do happen. But beyond that kind of mythical moment, reality sets in, and that's when scaling is to take place. You know, that's where companies show their true mettle. They need to work out design details and to figure out how to make things affordably. They need to build factories and hire people by thousands. So this scaling thing, it's really hard work, but it's absolutely essential to make innovation matter. Now, industries that are structured to support this rapid scaling of new designs will also be better at growing capacity, adapting to changing conditions, and will have the dynamism that is needed to recruit and retain talent. And you know, just in case you think I'm the only person who says that, I wanted to reflect back on one of my heroes, Andy Grove, who is, of course, one of the founders and the first CEO of Intel. He's a very extremely talented man. I mean, he's a man that I think created single-handedly the microelectronics industry, but also a very humble man. So this is a quote from him. He called himself from a one-time factory guy. He said, "Without scaling, we don't just lose jobs, we lose our hold on new technologies. Losing the ability to scale will ultimately damage our capacity to innovate." And that is a very, very powerful statement. So you can't, in other words, like, you can't have your cake and eat it. If we want to innovate and make innovation matter here in our country, we also must be able to scale. And I'm going to give you an example again from microelectronics. And this is a recent example. You will have seen that recently Deputy Secretary Hicks announced the Microelectronics Commons, which is all about promoting scaling in the microelectronics industry. It's one of these places where going from a great idea and a few samples of this great idea to a fully developed system at high production that can actually be deployed typically gets caught in the valley of death, in the kind of classical valley of death trap. So the Commons is part of the CHIPS Act. It's one of actually the only provision that gets implemented here by us in the Department of Defense. So the rest of the act is implemented by the Department of Commerce. And the purpose is singular in allowing small companies, researchers, innovators here at home to be able to do systems level prototyping of their capabilities so that we can begin the scaling process, the flywheel here at home. So just one of the examples of the efforts, the very significant efforts that the DoD is engaged in moving this agenda forward. So now let's think about the scaling in terms of the supply chain. We have really two ways of doing that. One is improving the supply chain itself, but also we can be kind of proactive and design approaches and processes that create the least amount of constraints for the supply chain itself. So if you look at manufacturing resiliency, for example, the steady state, what happens? Well, we have some inputs, we have some manufacturing process, and we have some outputs. So when we have steady demand, this works perfectly well. The process is optimized for efficiency, supply meets demand, and we're good to go. So long as the world is going according to plan, this can work really well. Trouble is steady state changes. So just think about Ukraine for a moment. So if you're sitting in Russia, for example, the sanctions that we and the community, the international community, imposed on them it really created a supply chain shock. So supply chains can be, of course, really powerful components in our ability to, for us here in the DoD, to execute our mission, as the Russians have found out recently. So how do we begin to think about manufacturing resiliency in perhaps different ways? So suppose that you're in a situation where things change and you have this pretty well-established process that you're executing that is built on the assumption that supply and demand are balanced. Suppose now that the supply is a lot less than the demand, and this is exactly what is happening in the Ukraine. What happens now is that the process is no longer optimized for efficiency. You have insufficient inputs, insufficient outputs. What can we do about that? Well, can we be a little bit more agnostic, if you like, when it comes to feedstock? As opposed to saying, I need this, this particular component, this particular ingredient to make the end product, I now have a choice of options that I can use. So going to feedstocks that are agnostic is good because it gives us flexibility, but also it's good for business because it means that you have alternative sources of supply, which means lower prices, which is a great idea. So that's one way to go. If you look at one of the kind of recent examples that we experienced here, particularly in the Army, so the war in the Ukraine has increased demand for 155 millimeter shells. So this really has created a shock in the supply chain. What would be another approach? How do we, ideally, we would like to be able to have supply that is always at the highest level. So if you imagine that, steady state we're at 10% and maximum state at 100%, we'd like to be at 100%. The trouble is when you don't have enough demand, that's not an economical way to go forth. It becomes economically unviable. So are there then ways that we can think about this so that we can design production systems to be economically viable and preserve surge capacity? Because ideally we'd like to be at surge all the time. What is it that we could do in terms of design and manufacturing techniques or even organizational structures within institutions to allow rapid scaling without paying for this unused surge capacity? So this is a situation where we'd like to have our cake and eat it. So let's look at an example. All of us will remember at the start of the pandemic, one of the things that happened is you go to the store and certain items will be available. I distinctly remember, perhaps many of you also remember, there was a toilet paper shortage. And that was kind of interesting because if you think about that problem and look at the overall supply of toilet paper, actually, we had plenty of toilet paper. What we didn't have was the right form factor. And what happened was the supply and demand switched. Ordinarily, people will come to work, like here in the Pentagon. We have large rolls of toilet paper, everybody's happy. With the pandemic, everybody was at home. So all of a sudden, the demand for the form factor of toilet paper that we use at home went sky high. Could we take the large rolls of toilet paper that we use here in the Pentagon and put them in a home bathroom? We couldn't, because the form factor is constrained. So, I think every presentation needs to have kind of a poop joke, so I just gave you my poop joke, but it gives you an example of how kind of the structures of both kind of the supply chain and the end products can be inhibitors themselves to protecting a surge capacity at an economically viable price point. So one way to deal with that, and again, learning from our recent experience with COVID, is to start developing manufacturing processes and design products that would allow a single production system, in this case, my example, toilet paper, to generate similar components by different form factors. That would have solved this particular problem that we had with the shortage of toilet paper. And I can give you other examples. Flour was a similar example. There was plenty of flour, but we didn't have bags to sell it in. So how can we be much more flexible around that? The Navy, for example, has been able to pioneer and demonstrate in practice how we could use 3D printing to reduce repair time. So you imagine, you're on a ship, you're many days away from port, you want a special part, so you can wait someplace for it to be pulled from supply and flown across the planet to the ship, or you can send the design electronically and let the crew print the part from a few standard feedstocks. The cool thing about this, of course, is that you get the part that you need when you need it without any wait. Also, the supply chain is right there on the ship. All you have to do is to provide the capability to 3D print, which really means that both the materials and the manufacturing systems remain, if you like, undifferentiated until the very last moment. It really decreases repair times and simplifies logistics. Finally, a thing for you to think about, and this perhaps is a bit more further out there, is to think about composable design. Can we, again, thinking about, COVID and the various kind of form factors that would really, stop us from having access to the goods that we wanted. It wasn't that goods weren't there, but we didn't have the form factors. Can we think about composable supply chains? Can we think about supply chains that are much more flexible, both in terms of the products that they generate, but the way that they come together? Because even the toilet paper supply chain is actually very complicated. So could we find ways of rapidly taking parts out of the supply chain and putting in new suppliers to make sure that we are always responsive to the latest kind of surge? It's something that I think obviously has technology implications as well as financial and operational challenges. But I think as you start pursuing this this path of kind of rethinking manufacturing so that we can have many more optimized solutions out there, I think it's an area that is worth thinking about. So thank you so much for the opportunity to come and share these thoughts with you today. Hopefully I'm leaving you with some ideas about both the challenges that we're facing as a nation, the ones that are very obvious and perhaps some that are not so obvious. I also hope that I gave you some ideas about what ways we could use to, both all of us as a community, to begin to advance toward a much more flexible, resilient, and perhaps performant supply chain. I know that in the next few days, you're going to have the opportunity to do deep dives in these issues, and I am so excited to hear that you have all these amazing brains in the room. Again, I'm very sorry I wasn't able to be here very personally today, but I certainly look forward to hearing what you're discovering, what methods, what intuitions, what ideas you're putting on the table. And I know that both myself and all my colleagues in the department will be really excited to hear from you about the ways that you think we could be moving forward toward these outcomes that we all want. Thank you so much, and I wish you a great day. Good morning. My name is Victoria Coleman. I'm the Chief Scientist of the Department of the Air Force. I apologize.
Ryan, Distinguished Professor in the School of Industrial Engineering and the Daniel School of Business at Purdue University. He is the co-founder of the National Excellence in Manufacturing and Operations Initiative and leads Purdue's Dauch Center for Management of Manufacturing.
And of course, for us, the context for this impetus to rethink manufacturing.
Thank you all for coming. I really appreciate you all
comes
being
from
here. What an amazing talk. And I had planned to set the stage for the panel, but she did this so incredibly well that I will not repeat the poop joke. But what I do want to add to her remarks are three things. One is, I think we're doing this now for the very first time, looking at physical, digital, and sustainable manufacturing. And we're looking at from a perspective for manufacturing and operations. Often, we only think of manufacturing, or we think only of the supply chain. That's a cart and a wheel. The car is not going to go without the wheels. And the wheels by themselves are pretty useless. So the scope we are looking at is sustainable, physical, digital manufacturing in the context of manufacturing and operations. And we have seen, as Dr. Coleman said, we had big problems during COVID, during the Ukrainian war. If we had an incident in Taiwan, that would be truly catastrophic. And it has been like that for quite a long time. You might remember Fukushima. I know Alan Topp from GM is in the audience. I remember that he stopped me going to England with a phone call because Fukushima happened, and all of a sudden we needed to preserve all the cash we could because we weren't sure whether our supply chain would produce enough cash for General Motors to stay afloat, so we had to save money. So getting to resilient supply chain is really where we need to drive our nation. It's a critically important topic, and it is not only critical for physical, but also for digital manufacturing. And we need to think about how we help, especially our small and medium manufacturers who cannot afford these tools, the retooling, both in physical and in digital. How do we help them? And how do we create a resilient supply chain that will put the United States again on top in manufacturing? So with that, I will invite our fabulous panel. First up is Megan Harris, Director of Policy for Aerospace and Defense of Global Foundries, and she'll give us her first remarks. Megan?
Thank you, Stefan. What an incredible honor to be here in this beautiful facility and amongst such a distinguished crowd. I am a Marine by background, a United States Marine, and very simple, I guess, in terms of my understanding of the manufacturing technology ecosystem. So I have told Stefan for the panel, using small words, speak slowly. But there's a connection between my being in the Marine Corps and now I'm at Global Foundries, semiconductor manufacturing company. This seems like a maybe indirect path from the Marine Corps to semiconductor manufacturing, and it's really not, the common thread there being national security. So wanted to really start by just emphasizing how critical to economic and national security the semiconductor manufacturing space is, the supply chain of the defense industrial base, and all sectors. So that's what really brings me here today, and I'm so appreciative of Purdue and XMO having me. So very quickly, Global Foundries, just to put us in context, Global Foundries is a semiconductor manufacturing company. We are a pure play foundry, meaning we manufacture chips, we do not design them. We are one of 5 at-scale foundries at scale above $2 billion for purposes of this discussion. 5 at-scale foundries in the world today. The other 4 are in Asia, 2 in Taiwan, 1 in Korea, South Korea, and 1 in China. We are the only at-scale foundry outside of Asia. We're based in New York. We have 2 facilities in the United States, 1 in Germany, 1 in Singapore. So by virtue of that fact, I feel really that we are tremendously important and unique in this ecosystem. We're the most advanced trusted foundry in the United States. We are the only at-scale foundry, trusted foundry in the United States, so absolutely critical to this ecosystem, and I am thrilled to be both at Global Foundries and speaking here today. So resiliency, supply chain resiliency, when we think about that, when I think about that, I think about ability to withstand shock or to withstand crisis. We experienced a crisis or a shock a couple of years ago. We've spoken about COVID, so I thought I would speak just a minute about our lessons from the semiconductor industry out of COVID and what we're trying to do to take those forward, to learn from them and apply those to the industrial base today. So in COVID, we're all familiar that our cars were sitting on the dealer's lot, right? Because we're waiting for a semiconductor or for a chip that powers the windows or that powers the air conditioning system. Or the power seats, so we're not able to get the cars that we'd ordered. So why was that? First of all, obfuscated supply chains. We remember from that time that the automakers had no idea where their chips came from. I need chips to get these cars off my lot. They go down to their first-tier supplier. Where are my chips? First-tier supplier says, I don't have your chips. Go talk to the next supplier. They go to the next supplier. I don't have your chips. Go talk to the next guy. Go talk to the next guy. I don't know where your chips are. So we work our way down the supply chain, and the automakers arrived at Global Foundry. This is where your chips come from. So for the first time, we are discovering what that supply chain looks like, how it operates. The OEM at the end of the supply chain is uncovering the beginning of their supply chain and how they're getting their chips through each tier of that supply chain. So that's one key to resiliency, is knowing your supply chain. Know your supply chain. Where does it come from? How do I get it? And that's something that GF is helping our customers with every day, and a focus that we have here at GF. So, and then the other is optimizing supply chain for cost over resiliency. We care about low cost over anything else. Where do we get low cost chips? Highly subsidized regions of the world, right, where we're getting lowest cost manufacturing. So we've prioritized cost over resiliency. So then the other lesson would be to reverse that, prioritize resiliency over cost. Resiliency, of course, is long-term cost to the industry. Is my company going to be surviving? As we talked about GM, is my company going to survive in the long term because of resiliency? So how do we prioritize resiliency in our supply chain over cost? And then that's, again, something that we're helping our partners to do today. I would just mention, we talked about Lockheed. So GF we have a strategic partnership with Lockheed, which is really to take those lessons out of COVID, the lessons that we learned with the auto sector, and to apply those to the rest of the industrial base, the defense industrial base, but then critical infrastructure and other sectors of the economy. So taking those lessons on supply chain illumination, knowing your supply chain, where do my chips come from, how do I get them, how do I make sure that I can get them, and prioritizing resiliency over cost without sacrificing the best economics. And working on those direct relationships, OEM to foundry, to what we're saying is reimagining the defense supply chain. Like we have reimagined the auto supply chain with a strategic partnership with GM. We have to reimagine supply chains. So I will leave it at that and look forward to getting into much more detail on how we achieve all of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Thanks so much. So we heard about the hardware and the flexibility that's required, and that's what Dr. Coleman talked about as well, which is a really, really crucial element. A second element that we have to think about are obviously our workforce. And to help us with that, we'll have Caroline Lee from the Manufacturing Institute who will have prepared remarks for that. Caroline?
Thank you. And thank you, Stefan, and to the Purdue team for all the support to bring us here today. I also want to thank Brent Yegi, who is the CEO of Wabash, for connecting me and the MI into this event, and I'm very pleased to be here. And I'm here today representing the Manufacturing Institute. The Manufacturing Institute is a 501c3 nonprofit entity that is only focused on workforce development and education. And we are an affiliate of the National Association of Manufacturers. And the MI's mission is to build a resilient manufacturing workforce prepared for the opportunities and challenges of the future. And now, of course, this summit is coming together at a really important time for our industry and our country. We have just shy of 13 million workers in manufacturing. And when I talk about manufacturing, I mean the entire industry. So all the supply chain, as Stefan said earlier, it's a car and a wheel. All of this needs to be integrated. And we also talk about all of the supportive jobs that go into making sure that into production. So if you're in finance or sales or marketing, all of that is manufacturing jobs. And so now we have just shy of 13 million people working in manufacturing in the US, and that is the biggest workforce in the industry since 2008. We made up quickly, as you'll all remember, for the initial job loss during the pandemic of 1.3 million jobs lost at the beginning, and we immediately kind of revved back up and conditions have normalized. Yet at the MI, we watch the JOLTS numbers every single month as they come out, the job openings and labor turnover survey. Those numbers have been surprising. Going into the pandemic, we were at about 500,000 open jobs every month for years, about 3, 4, 5 years. Hit the pandemic. Now, as a leader of a workforce development and education entity, all of a sudden 1.3 million jobs lost, and I thought, what are we going to do? That quickly turned around, because today we are still facing about 627,000 open jobs each month. The last year we were over 800,000 open jobs. So the number of manufacturing positions that we need to fill is just continuously much, much higher than we are able to fill with the people we have available in our labor force. So now part of this demand, part of the pent-up demand in the last few months has been, of course, because after COVID, our industry and the government has made it a priority to strengthen supply chains in the U.S. We've talked about that already a little bit this morning. And that has created a higher demand in talent, of course. Federal policy, particularly the bipartisan infrastructure law and the CHIPS and Science Act, is creating major new incentives to locate operations in the U.S. But we can only succeed with that growth and sustain that growth and that investment if we have the workforce ready to meet the challenge. So now, while I recognize that I'm on the panel for reshoring, all roads come back to workforce. And that's why we need to talk about this, as Stefan introduced me, connected to the conversation, have that talent connected to the workforce. So now, when you look at the reshoring and what the NAM calls nearshoring, friendshoring, because there's a huge investment and focus on the North American continent and the investment there, we need to look at policies that really will drive that investment. So when I look at the NAM's playbook, calling on policymakers to make sure that the U.S. is the next place to invest, the next best place to invest that next dollar, we have to make sure we have things like tax policy that makes sense, that's consistent, that is stable, that makes sure that companies can make decisions in the long run. That is the opposite of what we've seen for decades with the R&D tax credit, which turns on and turns off regularly here in the U.S., and that is a challenge. We also need to make sure that we have policies that are sound, that regulatory policies are matching the investment policies. The NAM team will talk often about the fact that there's been this huge drive for federal policy and investment to bring manufacturing back. However, the regulatory environment that we're seeing out of the federal agencies conflicts with that. It's putting up barriers to investment, barriers to the infrastructure that we need to be able to support the investment to put the work in the ground. And we need to make sure that the permitting reform and regulatory environment supports that drive that we have to have more manufacturing investment. And now, speaking of construction, we are manufacturing spending on construction of new or expanded manufacturing facilities has almost tripled in just the last 2 years. And so we all know this. We see this. I was just in Ohio 2 weeks ago. There's a huge amount of investment, whether it's EVs on one side and Intel on the other, and then all of the infrastructure that goes along with these massive investments that companies are making, supported in large part by CHIPS and Science and some of the other infrastructure bills. Right now, we have 600,000 open jobs that we cannot fill. Add the thousands of jobs that are going to come with these facilities come online. It is essential that we make sure that the workforce is there to be able to fill these jobs when they are ready. Otherwise, it's obviously not going to work out. And so as we speed this investment in the infrastructure, it's essential that we stay hand in hand with the discussion about developing the talent, and that's why I'm so pleased that Purdue and so many other partners are leading this effort to be able to drive this conversation so that we can benefit from this opportunity. So now, going into the pandemic, the MI had just released a study with KPMG talking about what differentiates the U.S. itself and versus around the world of why companies invest here. And what we landed on was the availability of higher quality labor. We score in the top 3 along with Ireland and Switzerland, especially for that higher value-added manufacturing and processes that require skilled labor. And that's a true differentiator. Plus, then you have things like the IP protections and the other, generally speaking, steady regulatory environment that we have here in the U.S. But that doesn't mean, even though we were able to rank so high, that doesn't mean our skilled labor pool is where we need it to be. And as I've already talked about, we need to do more to be able to seize on the new demand. We're facing long-standing workforce challenges, particularly around the skills gap. In the last year, for example, there have been more than 60,000 job openings for manufacturing positions involving data science and systems engineering. So the demand is there, but the people are not. At the Institute, one of the things we're best known for is our regular talent study that we produce every couple of years with Deloitte. And the top line findings from 2021 found by the end of the decade, we would need to fill 4 million jobs in the sector. Of those, 2.1 million will go unfilled because we don't have the people with the skills. And now that was even before we envisioned the hundreds of millions of dollars that were being invested, billions of dollars that are being invested in new facilities. And so that demand is only going to increase dramatically. So how do we get there? We need to make sure that manufacturers, educators, and government work together to expand the programs and the partnerships that reskill workers at every stage of their career, from entry level to engineers to executives. So many things are developing and changing and advancing in manufacturing that we need to make sure we're continually reskilling and upskilling our existing talent. And I will, as a little aside, that also helps with retention. Retention continues to be a huge, huge challenge for manufacturers all across the country. I think about the future of manufacturing and where we are today, and I think about a conversation I had with a plant level leader, operations leader at a facility right before the pandemic. It was like February of 2020, and he said to me, I've been in manufacturing for 30 years, and in the last 5 years, I learned more than in the previous 25. And that was then. Even now, it's going to be even more. And I hear this version of the same conversation over and over again. So we need to look at education and re-education and that upskilling. We can't expect that you do it once and that it's one and done. Instead, we are living in a world of lifelong learning. And so this is why the MI is calling for and spends so much time with manufacturers driving an all-of-the-above approach to education. We need earn and learn programs. We need certifications. We need 2 4-year degrees. We also need all the PhDs that we've heard from this morning and thousands more. So we need to make sure that we're investing in all pieces of that ecosystem and not just looking at one silver bullet. There is no silver bullet to the challenges that we face today. And so I want to spend a minute and just thank the education leaders, from technical education leaders like Ivy Tech, who is here today, who is just a fantastic example of what can be done locally, and we're pleased to work with Ivy Tech in Indiana in our FAME apprenticeship program. So we need, I'll wrap up because I know we want to get to the panel, but we need to look at an all-above solution. We need to invest in and prioritize and also put momentum behind all of these investments in different levels of education across policy fronts. We need to do things like comprehensive immigration reform, not the topic of today's conversation. However, we are never going to fill the number of open jobs that we have and make sure that manufacturing in the U.S. is resilient and able to compete into the long term without these efforts. And we need to make sure that we're all working together to be able to address these challenges because none of us can do it alone. So I want to thank Purdue, and I look forward to the conversation.
All right, well, thank you for that. So now we have talked about physical, we talked about the workforce. How do we get the most out of those assets? And for that, we have my very good friend, Dr. Colin Paris, Chief Technology Officer and Senior Vice President from General Electric. Colin?
Okay, good morning. First of all, it's a pleasure and honor to be here. I also think it's a very appropriate moment. I'd like to first start by thanking Purdue, Connexus, SME, and AMT for putting this together. I'm from GE, and I have watched this evolve, and I think it's going to be vital to have organizations like this, to take this path forward. So in my remarks, let me talk about three things. The first thing I'd like to talk about is I'd like to give you a view of what reshoring means to us, because that definition has certain connotations. With that, then we'll talk about reshoring in the context of sustainable, resilient, and secure, because I think some new paradigms are happening. Then the last topic is going to be, how do I tie that to show you the power that this digital AI software piece comes together, and why it's vital we need to invest in that significantly. So let's talk about reshoring. So if I think about GE, I'm talking about my experiences. My experiences right now in GE focus on two things. GE has an energy part called Vernova and an aerospace part. I look at the investments we made this year in bringing back capabilities to the US, roughly about $450 million, between $450 to $500 million, $500 million. So you look at what's happening on the energy side. So investments were really in New York. New York wants to become the manufacturing hub for offshore wind capabilities, these large offshore wind turbines. So we've decided to make that investment there working with the government. So when you look at that, there are two things we're doing. One is the blades, and the second is the actual structure, the nacelle that houses the generators. Why that's different is because a normal wind turbine on land can generate roughly 3 megawatts, think 3,000 homes. These things on the ocean generate roughly 12 to 14 megawatts, think 12,000 homes. One of them can service electricity for 12,000 homes in a year. The difference, though, is this thing is subject to the weather conditions, the corrosion conditions. You have to have a floating platform. When you replace the blade, it is roughly 450 meters high to the nacelle, another 200 meters high for the blade. Imagine getting something that's 450 feet, all the way up to 850 feet out there. I think 80 stories. And you have to maintain and repair this thing, and you don't want it to break. So when we think about reshoring in that context, there is a significant amount of innovation, not just innovation in the product. We now need innovation in the process and innovation in the people that we hire. We just heard about the people itself. We have, just in those facilities, roughly about 800 people that are directly hired. Then there's another 1,100 indirect. There's another 500 construction. But it's not just any person. For this latest technology, you've got to think about how you do things differently. The other side of that story, on the aviation side, you look at the investments we've made in Lynn, military investments, looking at those new engines. The investments in Alabama are focused on additive manufacturing, new capabilities and new sites. The investment that we're having in Ohio is on ceramic matrix composites, new materials. So reshoring is not about just new innovations happening, it's new innovations in manufacturing, new processes, new ways to think about, actual people and talent and capability. So that's the context of reshoring. Now take that context and say, what I want with that is I want something that's sustainable, at the same time it's resilient, at the same time it's secure. So I'm in these meetings, and it becomes interesting because these are meetings in which you use the word "and" a lot, A-N-D. So, okay, you want it sustainable. So, all right, we're dealing with carbon, we're dealing with circular manufacturing. We need that. However, Colin, I need it at low cost. Really? Okay. Then we have the discussion about resiliency. We say, okay, you need to withstand shocks and adapt. So shocks are things that may happen temporarily, right? There may be situations on weather, but there are a lot of other things that are permanent. Ukraine, what occurred there. So not only do I have to think about, the shocks, they say, but while you do that, Colin, and deal with the fact that inflation is going to continually happen, so somehow build this resiliency, with inflation in mind. Interesting. Then security. Colin, I need everything secure. However, that security cannot slow down my performance or my cost. And so now you have a situation with the innovation and all these constraints that you ask yourself, what paradigms have changed? And the two we find, the first one is things used to be deterministic, right? I have a supply chain that's deterministic. I understand, a lot of what's going to happen. I can prepare for that. A lot of what we look at right now is probabilistic or stochastic. There's so much I don't know and so much that's changing. Just in the last 3 years from 2020, I go through a pandemic, I have a supply chain challenge, I have an inflation challenge, I now have a war, I have a potential second war, I have a rise in energy prices. Massive change. So think deterministic to stochastic. Second is, we used to control everything. Here is exactly what we need done. Now it's not control, now it's orchestration. We don't know what's going to happen, so at any point in time, we have to coordinate and ask for this to work together. The only way we know how to deal with that complexity, with those constraints, with these new paradigms, is by using the data, AI, and software capabilities we have. And we have been putting that to use for the last decade. So where do I use the data and AI? What I need is I need a view on three things. I need early warnings of problems, really early warnings of problems. I don't need the light to blink. I need to know the system enough so I can detect anomalies when they are really small anomalies, and that gives me an early warning. Then I need continuous prediction. Okay, given the fact that I have that warning, predict to me where the problem is, the magnitude of the problem, or predict the opportunity. And then third thing I need is continuous optimization. So I need the AI and the data to give me that capability. Now, if you want to help me with some of these things, I'd love to use generative AI because that helps my technicians, right? That can help them when these manuals are 700 pages long. How are they going to find things? Maybe the generative AI could do questions and answers, summaries for me. I have all of that. Now that I have the insights from the data, what do I need to do? I need to do an action. That action comes in a workflow. Can I do that in software and have it be automated? Okay, that's if things are fairly well known with rules. Or if it's actually not well known, it's fuzzy, I need something that's autonomous. Or ultimately, I need a combination of human and AI to work together to solve this problem. So I put it to us, given the environment we're in, and the reshoring is going to have the innovation and manufacturing, given the constraints we have on sustainability, resiliency, and security, the tools of AI and data are going to be vital with software to make any of this work. And we have a lot of capability that we need to push forward. So with that, I'll stop and come and join the panel.
Thank you, Colin. Yes. All right. So, thank you. Those were three great remarks. I'm so thrilled that you are all participating in this panel. I think when we want to talk about resiliency, you all defined it in one way or another. Megan, maybe we start with you. and go through the panel first with what do we really think when we talk about resiliency in your particular context?
Sure, thank you. So we've mentioned shocks and the ability to withstand shocks. So that's really what we think of at Global Foundries when we think about resiliency. What's unique in Global Foundries, perhaps, is that we need to be concerned about our own resiliency as a company, our own ability to withstand shocks, but then how we contribute to the resiliency of our customers, customers, their customers, in fact, to the entire national economy and global economy. So from that vantage point, we have a very interesting seat at the most fundamental level of the world's supply chain and resiliency. So I spoke earlier about how we can achieve that resiliency. The semiconductor industry we discovered during COVID, is vulnerable to shock. We experienced that. And so how did we get there? The semiconductor industry is probably the most capital intensive and know-how intensive, talent intensive of any industry. So from that, we arrive at what we have today, which is high degrees of concentration. 5 at-scale foundries in the world, 1 company that manufactures EUV, extreme ultraviolet manufacturing tools. So high degrees of concentration. So as we address resiliency, we have to look at how we arrived at this point of concentration and what we can do to reverse that trend or to mitigate that trend at a minimum. And
so that's the long term, right? So but for now, let's just stay on the short term. What are you doing right now?
So it's hard to have short-term fixes in the semiconductor industry. Most of this will be decades in the making.
Yes, of
in
course.
fact, we arrived here from decades. That said, we talk so both capital intensity and know-how intensity. So capital intensity chips, the CHIPS Act, and we can talk more about CHIPS Act, but that inject of cash to address the capital intensity. Now, to be seen where CHIPS Act takes us, but that's one piece of it. And then the other is on the know-how intensity or talent. So a very good example on the short term for the talent requirement is, first of all, strategic partnerships with universities like Purdue, of course, Georgia Tech, over 70 universities globally that we have partnerships with to increase workforce. But then the Global Foundries had the industry's first registered apprenticeship program, which brings in new entrants to the workforce and to the industry even prior to going to college and getting those degrees. So that is a very concrete near term that we're going to start to chip away.
All right, thank you.
Pun intended.
So, Caroline, same question. Resiliency, what does it mean for you, and what are you doing short term?
So for the Institute, we look at it from resiliency are the people. We need to have the continuous pipeline of people. If we don't have the workforce, we don't have the investment. We will see investment leave because you have to go. I look at this, look instead of the global competition for investment, we see this all the time in the state-based competition for investment. And it really comes down to, do you have the available pipelines of people that a company can come in and make several $1 billion worth of investment in a physical plant that you can't just decide you're going to move down the block and make sure that you have that talent pool. So for us, as we look at this, it is how do we tap into all available talent pools? How do we bring people in off the sideline? How do we give them those stepping stone talent, upskills and incremental in many cases to help them build that path in. From the NAM side of the house, the National Association of Manufacturers, what we see is there's a conversation about the overall environment for investment here in the U.S. And so having a stable regulatory and law-based, statutory infrastructure so that you can be able to make decisions. And investment is really critical. And what we saw during COVID, both the NAM and the MI swung into almost a relief agency. We were working with states and companies in states and localities where their workers needed to be deemed essential so that they were allowed to drive to the facility. And I remember one day having a conversation about why with a local law enforcement agency in Pennsylvania about why a local wire manufacturer, their facility was essential. And what we had to finally explain is it was the wire in the face masks. They were part of that supply chain. And there was a complete lack of understanding. And in a way, I mean, it's awful to think that there were any silver linings that came out of the horror that was COVID. 1.1 million people die here in the US. It was just a tragedy. However, we would be remiss not to learn some of the lessons. And some of the lessons from that experience was an awareness about manufacturing, the footprint here, the supply chain, the essential nature of. People's perception of manufacturing actually improved because they realized those workers kept going versus hospitality or retail where people, so when you look at resiliency, we have to look at the operating environment here domestically to make sure that we are training and building those pipelines and looking at all of the population pools, that we are also having a stable regulatory and investment infrastructure to make sure that we're able to weather those shocks and to adjust to them.
Yeah, Colin, I think it's interesting to hear what Caroline said, right? It's transparency, right? These wires in the mask. Well, if we had only known who makes them and could immediately assess, right? And the story from GM, I told in the beginning, if we could have immediately assessed the problems we were facing at GM, I think we sent 50 supply chain engineers to Japan for 6 months to make sure that we didn't have a supply chain problem, which is amazing. So maybe tell us a little more what you're doing at GE Digital to help us, to help with the state of resiliency right now and what you do in terms of transparency.
So I think there are two things here, right? When we think of resiliency, I think we talked about short-term and long-term, but there's also the notion of, I should say, component and system resiliency, right? And then maybe ecosystem resiliency. So what do I mean by that? One of the things we're seeing is that in many cases, what we can do, to answer your first question, is can I share data and share processes with certain trusted suppliers? You're right. If I could have seen, I go deep into the tier 3s, that there's a problem there because I could have detected an anomaly, I would have bought myself the one thing I have that's most valuable, which is time. And I could have helped them. I could have said, you know what, if you can't get me that, maybe I can redesign a piece here, get me something else instead. Or let's work on it differently. So information sharing and process sharing are two things we're doing. Everybody thinks you share the data alone. I've got to understand your process, because your process gives me your timelines. Your process gives me your, long poles in the tent. That's one. Second is, one of the ways we try to counteract what's happening right now is understanding within an organization. I could look at my manufacturing lines and maybe I need to make some design changes, right? And so the notion is, once more, can I do something? We have had challenges in terms of capabilities with semiconductors. All right, so maybe we have to offload some capability rather than using the latest chip. Get the functions I need on the chips I can get and offload some of the others onto the cloud. Offload it in some different ways. So you have a design change that you're shifting. So a lot of it is data sharing, process sharing, or actually sharing and doing alternatives within the organization itself.
Exactly, right? Super interesting. I know you are a founder of the Digital Twin Consortium, right? And we work together on Brilliant Factory at GE. Could you tell us a little bit of how that plays all together? Because it's pretty complex, I think, for most people to understand.
So for us, the digital twin is a living, learning model of an asset or of a system. So by living, I mean, if you normally build models, and you build models basically either in design or when there's a problem. How about if you keep that model alive and you constantly update the model with the latest data you have? So the model becomes almost like a replica of what you have. So that's living. Learning means I have 10 assets out there in the industry. Some assets are experiencing very cold conditions, some very warm conditions. So why can't I learn from all of them? And so I can take all the knowledge from different assets and put it together. So once we have those twins, what you have now is the ability to do what-if scenarios. So we can do a significant amount of what-if scenarios, which is what Stefan was talking about, and prepare yourself. So in many cases, when you ask people for scenarios and contingencies, what they do are the obvious ones to them that they have seen in their timeline, right? And so they'll do 3 or 4. Right now, as I said, in the last 3 years, we've had a war, we've had pandemics, it's been amazing. No one thought about these things at all. So now with the twin, you run multiple scenarios. The reason you run scenarios is because quickly you find out 2 things. One is that after across 20 or 30 scenarios, there may be, in each scenario, you may have to do 10 different things, but maybe 3 or 4 of those different things are all the same. Why not start doing them now? Second thing is, each scenario gives you a view of how can I get an early warning of the scenario? What is a level 2 metric that could give me an early warning? Because what I'm really trying to buy is time, because that's the one thing I don't have. So we use a lot of those capabilities to give us a view. Yes, you can get the visualization, but if the visualization of what's happening just tells you it's broken, it's not interesting. If you can get the early warning and do some prediction, that's the shot you have that makes a difference.
Yeah, it's that famous commercial with a dentist who says, oh, you have a root canal, great, and leaves, right? Doesn't do anything about it. Visualization alone doesn't really help you all that much, right? So, Megan, anything to add? Please.
On supply chain and optimizing, owning your supply chain. Not everyone, I think, has taken the lessons from COVID. Never let a crisis go to waste. We're still encouraging different customers, different companies, different sectors to take those lessons and to learn from them. We do still hear a lot of, I can't know as far down as my semiconductor supply chain. That's too burdensome, too costly, can't be done, can't know it, can't understand it. Would clearly say that's clearly not accurate if you have the tools available. The auto companies certainly, when they were faced with crisis, did the work to unpack the supply chain and figure out not just the provenance of semiconductors, but how can I optimize the architecture going from 80 SKUs down to 4. I don't need 80 chips. I can do that in 4. If I redesign, if I re-architect, I can optimize that supply chain for better economics, better technology, better capability, better transparency in your supply chain. The other thing I'd say is that where there is a will or a need, we find a way to manage and to know our supply chain. And the one example we point to frequently is in forced labor or human rights issues, conflict minerals. So it's supply chain management. We've done this. We know how to do this. Companies know how to do this. It can be done. So we continue to encourage companies with help from Global Foundries, certainly in those partnerships, to embrace this as an opportunity to own your supply chain rather than be a passive recipient.
Yeah, and it seems to me that Chips and Science should help you greatly to rethink that, right? So what's Global Foundries, what are you going to do because there's Chips and Science? How is it really going to help you? Could we sort of like have a measure? How resilient are you going to be by when? Is that something realistic to ask?
Sure. So I'm going to answer this partly from GF, but also as a recovering policymaker from the Department of Commerce, White House, and Department of Defense.
Yes.
I would say that the jury is out yet on how successful the Chips and Science Act will be in the long run. It is an absolute necessity. It is not nearly sufficient in terms of how we're going to solve reshoring, onshoring, and future resiliency. So CHIPS Act, first of all, $52 billion is a great start. It does not nearly level the playing field in terms of what we're seeing overseas and competing with overseas, but absolutely a great start. But then the other thing is that the CHIPS Act is about supply, about increasing capacity. that's one piece of the equation, the other being demand. Supply follows demand. Absolutely all well and good to build up capacity, but if we don't have the onshore demand, if we don't have the reshoring of demand to sustain that capacity, then the CHIPS Act will, at the end of the day, fizzle. We can't sustain capacity without demand. So as we talk about, the US government has been talking about industrial policy. This industrial policy addresses supply. We encourage policymakers, the community, to address in your industrial policy the demand side of that equation so that we suppliers can sustain that increased onshore capacity, and we have yet to see that really take a coherent approach.
So, Caroline, how does that coincide with the workforce? So, so I think both Colin and Megan talked about what I'll call about flexibility. How am I more flexible in a response to a shock or whatever that shock may be? How should we think about the workforce in that context? Cross-training comes to mind. How much should we do? Can you talk about that a little bit? Is that something you talk about with your members?
Yes, I'm also, Megan's comment about industrial policy is flashing me back to my policymaking days. I was early in my career, I spent time on the House and the Senate side, and then worked on the lobbying side of associations and manufacturing policy until my current role. So thinking about that for a moment, I think that when we look at government actions, federal policy, we talk about what is possible, particularly on the federal level, to incentivize workforce development. We cannot pick winners and losers. And we need, and the Institute talks about this today, we need to make sure that industry is at the center of the conversation. The Commerce Department with the Good Jobs Challenge has done a nice job of bringing industry to the table to make sure that we are helping drive the conversation of what is the training, what is the needs. I think about, I came from a manufacturing family. I think the first words I remember my grandfather saying had something to do with arsenal democracy. And it was, manufacturing was different. There was, my father would say to me, I would open the door and people would come, and that's how we recruited for talent. Everybody knew, and it was 20% of the national economy. Everyone knew somebody in manufacturing. We live in a different world today. What Colin was talking about as far as digital twins and the usefulness of it, the way that you can scenario play to figure out what do we need to do, and then training scenarios that fall from that as well as operational, it's an entirely different world. And so industry coming into these partnerships with folks on academia is so essential, but we also need to do it K-12. We need to make sure the workforce is ready for what then they would learn after they graduate K-12. And so I don't believe that that federal policy is going to solve that. I do think it's going to take collaboratives, and it's going to take partnerships, and it's going to be harder than it was because it is more advanced and more, there are many more options. And so you talk about cross-training, I actually think about the opportunity to continually develop talent, which is another function for cross-training. I would say that on the industry does not necessarily do a great job of talent pipelines and making sure that people see that they have continual growth opportunities. We have a military training program where we're helping engage those transitioning out to come into the sector. And what I hear from them over and over again, we've been doing this for a couple of years now, is when you go into the private sector, you have no idea what you're going to move on to. And we need to do a better job of articulating career pathways and development opportunities, which are then going to open new horizons, make a more resilient workforce because you have people who know different things and you're not stuck in one silo or in one role. And so, I look at where we are today with optimism because there is this huge drive, there's a huge focus on manufacturing, but people in the broader public don't know what it is, and we need to do a better job of talking about how to come in and the opportunities from it, because otherwise all they're doing is sitting there saying, why is my car repair taking so long? They're not understanding the thousands of things that go into this, and it's going to help us all to make that more transparent.
And if you think about manufacturing, it was always one of the industries where you could make a lot of money, right? So in Detroit, I spent 15 years at GM. If you got out of high school, you could get a job at Ford, at GM, at Chrysler. That was almost like a lottery ticket because that ensured that, you could afford a house and a couple cars and maybe a house up north and maybe a boat. It hasn't been that way anymore, but now with the strike just settled at I think a record high in terms of wages. Is it going to help us? Do your members talk about this? I mean, there's a plus and a minus in everything, but maybe we can talk a little bit this time about the pluses about that in attracting people.
I'm not going to touch on the strike.
It's over, right? So it's good.
I don't get involved in labor negotiations. Sure. However, I will say manufacturing is still one of the highest paying on average of all industrial sectors. We have 95% of manufacturing workers have received benefits, healthcare, 401k, all those things. There's also the opportunity for continued development, but I think the average wage in manufacturing is $98,000. I was in Louisiana recently, and I had to double take when I was talking about the state average wage in manufacturing is $95,000 in Louisiana. And you can thank mostly the chemical industry, that is a huge footprint there in the state. And so when you look at the opportunity, now of course there's a whole range. So yes, manufacturing jobs are still a pathway to family supporting careers, and there's much to go on from there. And the lamenting about you can no longer come in and have a blue collar job and come in out of high school. Manufacturing requires skills today. That's an opportunity. Skills can be achieved in as little as 6 weeks, and all the way through the entire, to august institutions like Purdue and many others, all the way through programs. We need to be able to provide those pathways. That's what's going to ensure resiliency for manufacturing as a sector here. And it's not just these billion-dollar investments of these very large, facilities that are going in. It's all of the supply chain that's coming around, so we need to make sure that our supply chain isn't starved for talent because only the large entities are able to attract it. And that's why we need to have a united, concerted focus on making sure the workforce is ready and that we can continue to upskill them.
Yeah, I think the upskilling is really, really critical. And Colin, if you think about GE, right, I always think of GE as one of the best companies in the world in terms of upskilling their workforce, at least their white-collar workforce. But I think we need to do more, right? We need to do more in terms of upskilling our blue-collar workforce. Can you talk a little bit about what you do in that space? I always thought, what are they looking for? They're looking for a career path. They're looking for, a way to advance over a 40-year career in a factory. What do digital upskilling helps them, right? What do you think?
So if I think about it right now, in my experience is what I think is helping is processes. So for instance, GE uses a lean process. And in the lean process, what you essentially do is you map the value stream. How does this piece of material move all the way through to get to the process itself, right? And you have all of the takt times and everything else there, and what you're trying to do is remove waste. Now, the good thing about it is, with that in mind, anyone working, on the floor in whatever area, what they're asked to do is join the understanding of that. We figured out right away, by keeping everyone in a silo, nobody understands what the next person truly needs. And so that causes a break in the process. If I know I have to deliver this capability because it's been used down there in this way, I'm going to give extra pause. I need this shape this way, don't leave this scrap material on it. And by doing that lean process and bringing people in, what we found is that people on this side are now understanding what's going on there and are now producing innovative ideas to help the full. So what happens is that the upskilling naturally occurs when you see the full process. When you also tie into that the digital data that comes out of the process, and we add the cost data, now the folks on the floor are actually understanding this is the cost implication of something, in addition to the time implication. So the upskilling comes from seeing that. Then once you have that and someone sees that piece, the next thing is you say, do you want to move to that station? If you do, here's how we train you, right? And then the training comes in with digital tools. Now we're trying to bring simulators in play Because the right way to train people at, in this generation and others is to simulate situations that will occur. Not just physical situations, but simulate the others and see how they react. So it's now a combination of knowing that system and that value stream, understanding the value, and that motivates the person to learn the next thing. And then bit by bit, as they add value, you could see the value translated into dollars. And then we have these big screens on some of the advanced lines that show we've saved so much. They put the name of the person up there so that becomes a hero. And then this thing evolves. Because a lot of it is, can you get the people motivated to look for it and to see the value of what they deliver? So it's a fusion of the digital, the humans, the physical coming together.
Sure, and it also helps them. The upskilling in the end also helps their hourly wage. It has to, right?
Yes, easily.
And so, GE has always been great in helping their suppliers. You think of, or you have extended that to your supply chain, the small mediums that we're talking about so much. Digital, putting that value into your supply chain, assisting them. At GM, we had quality engineers who would do this kind of stuff. At GE, we had other people who would go to the suppliers and help them with these kind of processes.
Yeah, we are, but I think Megan raised a good point. You've got to want to do that, right? And the problems we have right now are such that, many suppliers right now, especially the smaller ones, have seen significant stress from cost, inflation, new government mandates. And so when you say you're going to help them, you also have to, that transparency, they've got to invest, to get that transparency, to get that help. And all of a sudden now, you have that trade-off between, should I do this right now? Because if I put that investment, I don't have the profit I need. If I put that investment, I may have to give up something else. So it becomes a really tough balance.
Yep.
The other challenge, Joe, is the digital tools that are coming out. Some of the talent in the discussion we had with Carolyn, they're not getting the talent that understands enough of the digital capabilities to put it into play. Where it really becomes an issue is when you think about cyber and security, right? Some of these systems out there are not upgraded. So they may have things occurring to them. There may be botnets that have been in there for years. There may be leaks that they're not even realizing what's happening at this point in time. And so part of it is, yes, they've got to invest, but the other part of it is when you open that up, everybody looks at you and says, you've got to fix these things. So sometimes there's a notion that says, I prefer not to open it up as yet. So there's a balance of things going on right now, and that's the complexity we're dealing with in the world that we're in.
I mean, I remember at GM, we had still, Windows 7 computers somewhere because, well, nobody wanted to upgrade, it was too risky, and
it
wasn't connected to, it worked. So, you just left it alone. So, so Megan, what about, so Colin brought up the security piece here. What about foreign partners? How do we think about foreign partners in this whole, yes, we need to reshore, but we'll still have foreign partners, right? And how do you think about that?
So I would think about global partners as almost as closely as our domestic partners, especially in the semiconductor industry that is highly globalized. We cannot solve this problem just within U.S. shores. It just simply won't happen. And so again, this goes back to the CHIPS Act and how can we optimize that for success? That is, how can we partner with EU CHIPS Act, with all of the incentives and supply chain programs that are going on in Japan and with the Quad, to leverage each other's strengths rather than every country trying to create strength, create new opportunity within every segment of the ecosystem. It simply won't happen. So that is something, and again, having come from the government, I recognize how difficult this is, but how do we partner together as governments and foreign industry collaboratives to leverage each other's strengths? I think we still have quite a bit of work to do in that space.
To add, I mean, that's one of the reasons why my colleagues at the NAM stress so much friendshoring and nearshoring. We need to make sure that our trading relationships are strong. We've been talking for decades about how we can't make everything here in the U.S., as there are many products you would not physically want to try to ship around the world because of the nature of the material. So how do we make sure that we are building
strong partnerships, through our trading relationships, through our other commercial relationships, to make sure that we are able to work together to address many of these things. And so, you know, yes, there's a huge investment. We have tripled the amount of manufacturing construction just in the last 3 years, which is outstanding. But we have to look at how do we make sure we have those relationships, because otherwise it would end up being just a race to the bottom if every country was solely looking to incentivize their own, and we don't. That is not to our advantage.
Yeah, well, thank you. So, you know, you all know I spent 25 years in industry, but I am now at a university, so I got to ask, how can academia help? So let's make that the last question. Megan, why don't we start with you?
I would say awareness. I come out of Detroit, Ford family, but made it all the way through the military and into my first federal job without knowing what a semiconductor was, let alone studying it or thinking about going into that field. So we talk about, I would like to, I guess, encourage the community, both academic and government, to look at the problem not in 2D, in terms of we're going to put money in and get more wafers out, but in 3D. And that is, how can we overcome the barriers to entry, but barriers to sustainable resiliency, which is the demand, again, capital intensity, but also workforce. And that is starting all the way down in elementary school, middle school, that this is, it's a career path. It is critically important to national security, to economic security, and it is, for Global Foundries, for the industry, and for academia, a major awareness campaign, I would say, and certainly that's why we're here. That's why Purdue is doing what it's doing, and that is, frankly, how we're going to change the trajectory of the domestic
We'll help with that. We'll continue this community and drive the awareness. All right, well, how about you?
I'll build on that, and it is leadership and awareness, and it is being able to bring partners together of all levels. We need to have the community and technical schools at the table with our universities, at the table with industry and K-12. We need to make sure that our talent is ready, young, to come all the way through. And so there is a huge convening power, we know, especially in powerhouse institutions like Purdue. And so to be able to use that, to be able to not just think about how we build those systems, although we need to do that, right? We need that thought leadership, but how do we put it to action? And how do we develop the maybe incubators to take these seeds of what we need to do to be able to shore up all of these pieces to make them successful. And so using that leadership ability and that convening ability is key.
It's really, you know, I'll call it K to infinity. It's really what it is. And so we'll do that. But then we also, I think it's critical for us not to just stay in engineering, because we also, you know, and we have our business school dean here, we also really have to think about how do we upskill the executives that are in their current role that don't really understand what they need to drive to get to more digitalization and to get to the upskilling of the workforce.
And you have an ability, and when we first spoke about this event, and we talked about the fact that you had the business school here with the engineering school, to talk about those silos that Colin referred to earlier as well. You know, how do we break down the silos from in the academic world and from the industry's perspective, to be able to bring it together so we can problem solve together?
Yeah, and so inside Purdue, that's what AJ and I are doing. We're really pushing hard for that. We are also working with other universities, you know, Georgia Tech, Texas A&M, Michigan, and so forth. That's the coalition we are trying to build here, to build more of that. And so, Colin, last words.
So for me, I think my other two panelists did a great job. What I would focus on, though, is the talent and innovation. I want the young minds, but I want them across the engineering, business, public policy, because we're talking about manufacturing, right? But there is an energy problem we have out there. There is a water problem. There is a food problem. You know, when I look at those things, it will not be solved without innovation. And I need innovation from people who are willing to fail, who've never done any legacy things, so there's no fear. In industry, there is always a fear. How much failure am I allowed? When can I do it? Within what constraints? No. Sometimes in the university environment you fail easily. You fail often. You love failure because it gets you to the right place. I need that boldness now, right? And if the universities could put that together, because again, there's no other place the innovations will come rapidly from. Many of the businesses now are still focused on dealing with that next quarter, that next year, that profitability position. So this is the mandate you have, and you can actually bring the silos together like you did here with business, and engineering. Bring public policy, bring art into it, bring history into it. There's so much that you can put together to get the right things coming out. I think that's the mandate you have.
Right, Jim Bullard, right? That's what he's planning on doing. So thank you all. This was a fabulous panel. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you all, and have a break.
AJ Malshi is Eugene and Susie Goodson Distinguished Professor
Well, good morning,
of
everybody.
Mechanical Engineering at Purdue University. He is a President's Fellow and is the Co-Director of Excellence in Manufacturing and Operations and inaugural Director of the Materials and Manufacturing Research Laboratories. He has professional experience of over 40 years in industries and academia. He is an internationally recognized leader in manufacturing, bio-inspired designing, functional materials, and productization. He has made award-winning contributions to the fields of in-space servicing, assembly, and manufacturing heterogeneous integration of microelectronics, nanomanufacturing for extreme machines, and biomanufacturing for future protein foods and farms. He is a member of the National Academy of Engineering and has won over 45 awards and published extensively.
Well, thank you, everybody. I think it was exciting that how we started the day. I'm just delighted to be here. I'm AJ Malshi. I would like to start building the next set of the conversation by bringing structure to the maybe some thoughts that I've gathered over time. So what I see as the resilience in infrastructure as an output to the box. I'm thinking like a manufacturing engineer now, that I do have a box. Most important for all of us is national security. As a part of that national security is a resilient infrastructure. So that is an output. So what I put inside that box. And we started imagining that we put three words together that is input to the box, which is excellence in manufacturing and operations. So how we can put that inputs to the system, input to the system for the outputs, which is resilience. So most of the time when we hear smart manufacturing, intelligent manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, but these are all the dials. These are all the dials that we can dial in to achieve the resilience. As a second part of that, I also find out that Colin pointed out this morning the word two words, probabilistic and stochastic. We are a part of the global system, and we have seen the advances and the side effects of the word globalization. But I've been told very early enough a very important sentence that any chain is as strong as the every link of that chain. And if my chain is going to spread across the world in all axes, then the chain has many linkages and every link got to be strong. And with the stability and instabilities and the stochastic nature of it, not necessarily that every chain link is strong. So the question at the heart of this is that how can we make each link of that supply chain strong enough? The keywords appear to be beyond advanced, intelligent, and smart. Frugality. How one can be frugal in terms of capturing every opportunities and maximizing resources. Because one thing I see where we are today in 2023 in November, I remember the start of this early century and remember the chain of events from .com, 9/11, subprime crisis, COVID-19, semiconductors, and the fast-changing geopolitical situations with multiple wars, those are ongoing across the globe. Each of these events, in just last 23 years, I've just spoke about only last 23 years, have challenged our resilience. It did not challenge our intelligence. It did not challenge our smartness. It did not challenge our advancement. It challenged our infrastructural resilience. And today's event, in terms of the reshoring, what you heard before, reshoring is a process. Reshoring is driven by the current geopolitical realities that we are in, we will be in, and the time will come to show where we go. But that goes across with very important, another brick of that important infrastructure, and that brick is called retooling. Another fact this morning came that capitalization. Capitalization is very important. I many a time see digits as water vapors. Once you digitize anything between product innovation to music, they can all be global. They can go anywhere. Not necessarily they will be in my community. So what captures and anchors the digits are the physical realities. And those physical assets, those are very critical. So I see the world coming with three-legged stool. Physical world intertwined with the digital world, so we can anchor that together in the communities. But at the same time, sustainable in economics, in commerce, in environments, in jobs, and in opportunity space for everybody. So this physical, digital, and sustainable retooling to the inputs of this box, which is excellence in manufacturing operations, to achieve the resilience in infrastructure is what the theme of this panel is. I'm delighted to introduce our first panelist. We will go in the alpha order, and I would like to introduce Dr. Rick Bartow, Fellow from Lockheed Martin. Rick, please come to the dais and go ahead and make comments. And please take the chair. Go ahead, please.
Thanks very much, AJ, and I want to thank Purdue for the kind invitation and also for their both national and international leadership in this area. Purdue is a real powerhouse, I think, in leadership, taking on not just the technology issues of our day, but willing to do the things a lot of other people just don't want to touch, like policy and regulation and finance and business. So I'm really delighted to hear all the announcements we heard this morning with the business school and a close alignment with engineering. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about Lockheed's relationship with Purdue dating back to 1935 with Amelia Earhart. She visited Purdue in 1935 and 1937 with funding from Purdue for her around-the-world trip in the Lockheed Electra. Lockheed also has strong partnership with Purdue in a number of areas. Purdue is one of our 5 strategic universities. We've been building that relationship over the past several decades. Purdue has the Hypersonic Advanced Manufacturing Center, which Lockheed is in partnership with, a 3D experience, a number of other centers and institutes that we partner with Purdue on. So I want to, again, thank Purdue for this initiative and for their leadership. So I'm going to be talking today about a specific problem in I would say, the defense industry relating to hypersonics. I'm looking through a narrow prism of hypersonics, but it's a microcosm of a much broader issue with retooling and supply chain. There's an urgent, critical need for hypersonics for warfighting capabilities. Our adversaries are advancing ahead of us. The Pentagon's in a race to develop these offensive hypersonic strike vehicles. Fielding and producing these vehicles at high rate is a top priority, and we just can't do it right now. The fragility of that supply chain was underscored in a presidential memo just a few years ago, saying the industrial base production capability for ultra-high and high-temperature composites for hypersonic strategic missile and space launch systems is essential for our national defense. And I just want to foot stomp on a quote by Mike Griffin, who was a former Undersecretary of Defense. Said, our adversaries are not going to be scared by production levels where we produce one a week. Getting back to Dr. Romig's comment, we're not even close to production, let alone manufacturing. So I guess another major point I want to make is, and we've heard themes of this earlier this morning. There's a intricate link between design, manufacturing, and supply chain. Everybody really needs to be at the table on the front end of this problem, not just for hypersonics, for all of our exquisite systems. Our designers are woefully unaware of even what materials are right around the corner. They know what materials are available to them in a very, very small catalog of approved materials, not knowing there's been an explosion in materials discovery just in the last decade. So we need to get our designers at the table with our materials people, with our business people, our suppliers. And so if I turn the knob up, or turn the contrast up about this problem to an extreme, we think about the very small suppliers that are in our supply chain that we have very limited visibility to. I want to applaud the efforts of Manufacturing Institute and SME. They've done an amazing job of reaching out to the very small manufacturing community, bringing awareness to some of their struggles. We don't have visibility down that far down the pipeline of our supply chain. So going back to hypersonics, there's just a handful of suppliers of materials. There's just a handful of people that can process our parts. We're talking about carbon and carbon ceramic matrix composites. There's only a handful of people that can make these materials and process them through an enormous number of very high temperature processes. One part can travel 6,000 miles in its journey to various suppliers before the part is finished. It can take 9 months. At the end of that 9 months, you may have a $500,000 doorstop because you didn't know it was failing through manufacturing. So it is a supply chain problem. We need to have awareness of how our suppliers are doing, how their parts are progressing. They're just as much a part of our production as we are. And that even goes for Lockheed. We supply to ourselves. We're an enormous company. Just keeping track of our capabilities is an enormous challenge. So there's 3 really top supply chain issues for hypersonics. One is materials. We have a wide variety of preforms that we use to produce hypersonic glide bodies. That determines manufacturability, how you design those preforms, everything from 2D fabrics to 2D tape wraps to 3D woven to braids. There actually is an enormous supply chain out there in the textile industry that we're not really, I think, properly tapping into. We face problems in materials for leading edge, nose cones, and control surface coatings. Everything from environmental barrier coatings to metallic thermal barrier coatings. The second major issue is processing. We're talking about aeroshell composite acreage for pure pyrolysis and densification. And the coating processes, the surface treatments, the deposition, the heat treatments, these are very, very specialized processes that, again, only a handful of suppliers know how to do, and sometimes they lose a recipe. And we have to work very closely with them to bring it back. And the third thing is testing. Testing is an integral part of manufacturing for hypersonic vehicles in most of our systems. We need in-process non-destructive inspection. We need, throughout the process, both at our supplier and in our own shops, we need elevated temperature coupon level mechanical testing and flight-relevant wind tunnel and environmental testing, which Purdue is, again, taking a pretty strong leadership role in standing up 2 hypersonic wind tunnels. I'd say another issue that's not technical is just in acquisition. We've heard different discussions about different business models, different finance models. The big problem we face in supply chain or in manufacturing is a very, very uncertain demand signal from our customer. We need to be adaptive to that, and so does our supply chain. So I think I'll end here and turn it over. Thanks.
I would like to invite our next panelist, Mike Michael Molnar, founding director, NIST, Office of Advanced Manufacturing and Institute. I fondly call Mike the Chief Manufacturing Officer of US. So Mike, thank you for joining your dais, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here, and AJ did not even realize that as he was standing here, this thing started to fall down, and I found myself, I had this urge, I'm an engineer, I had this urge to jump up and go fix it. And then I realized the majority of this audience has the same urge. And I think that that's really the point of this, is that we are, us engineers, we want to not only fix things, but make things better, solve problems. And what a great metaphor, not that it's falling down, but that we are making it, getting it restored. So first, I want to thank you, AJ, for inviting me to this Excellence in Manufacturing and Operations Summit. I want to point out, I was at conferences last week and the week before, and a common thing is they are generally focused on technology. And that's really important, right? We have so many conferences that focus on advanced technologies, and rightly so, because these are disruptive technologies. These are the things that are driving our innovation ecosystem. But rarely do you see conferences about manufacturing operations sharing equal billing with manufacturing technology. And I think that that is the significance here. That is why what Purdue has done with pulling this together is really, really insightful. So I want to emphasize that the prior panel, they rightly pointed out that, and in the brochure, better than 98% of US manufacturers are small manufacturers, right? And they really struggle with operations excellence. So this is a comparative advantage that, if you look at the big manufacturers, they are all laser focused on manufacturing operations excellence. But so many of these small and medium-sized manufacturers, they are missing this opportunity. And I think that is our clarion call with something like this. It's a topic near and dear to me because I actually built my industry career before joining the federal service on these two twin pillars, if you will, of technology and operations excellence. You see, after graduate school, I went back to Indiana. I returned as a robotics and recovering systems engineer. I was attracted to a little company called Cummins Engine. It was founded in 1919 in Columbus, Indiana, south of scenic Purdue. And I'm sharing this because I wanted to use Cummins as the example for three principles of manufacturing excellence that is so very relevant today. First, it was back in 1989 that I helped develop and implement something called the Cummins Production System. These are 10 core principles common to successful global manufacturers. It really wasn't, remarkably different. You could see the same thing by looking at the Toyota production system. But you look at Toyota, you look at Ford, you look at John Deere, you look at Boeing, they have these principles. That's really the point. Okay, but meeting customers' needs with the right products, with the right technology and quality is essential. But what rings the cash register, what keeps these as a going concern, is the ability to efficiently and sustainably manufacture that engine, that aircraft, that tractor, day in and day out, consistently with high quality that meets the customer's needs. It's about thinking differently about our manufacturing systems. Something radical back then, 40 years ago, but the paradigm is nicely illustrated by, I brought a prop. I was just issued a new phone, first time I've ever had an iPhone. And I think that this really nicely illustrates the changing paradigm that I want to talk about of this manufacturing 4.0 and how it's really changed manufacturing operations. So first observation, CPS principle number one. There will not be a quiz on this, but put the customer first. I mentioned over 100 years ago. Why are they still around? They are still an independent U.S. global company. They operate everywhere. They're who's the leading producer in India, in China, in the UK? It's all Cummins. Whether it's branded as that, but the engine is Cummins. How did it get there? Well, 10 of Cummins' 10 largest customers, think about that, 10 of their 10 largest customers make their own diesel engines. But their customers demand, we want a Cummins. How do you do that? You can't just be equal, you've got to be significantly better. And it's sort of like the engine equivalent of the Intel inside, the little stickers, you didn't know what was driving your PC. So how do you do that? How does a company really sustain that? And really what it means is that putting the customer first means that you are the ones that obsolete your own products. If you wait until your competition does it, it's too late, end of game, right? So you do that, and the way we did it at Cummins is mass customization achieved by manufacturing technology and operations excellence. That's really point number one. The second CPS principle I wanted to share is ensure equipment is capable and available. Ooh, the very sexy CPK numbers. A common view in manufacturing equipment is it's a capital asset. You buy it, it runs fine, then it wears out, and it makes worse and worse, and you buy something new, and that was never the way we looked at it. Brand new, it works well, but here's the brand new. When you first get this, it doesn't have anything on it, right? You're getting stuff, and this is the paradigm that manufacturing today is like smartphones. That brand new continuous improvement is the counterpoint. It's like your smartphone. It can be continuously improved. Every single day, we would continuously improve that line to make it more flexible, more adaptable. It's a regular thing. We don't wait until it breaks. We constantly retool it to give it more functionality, more flexibility, more capability. And just like adding new apps and systems updates, that's the metaphor. The thing is, it was hard then. It's much, much easier now. So I Googled this. Did I mention I'm new to this? I had to Google what it was in this. It has one CPU. It's a very impressive 6-core A15 chip, and it's got 8 sensors. I didn't even know that. I knew, it's got a camera, right? But no, this iPhone 14 has a Face ID, a LiDAR, a barometer, a gyroscope, an accelerometer, a proximity sensor, an ambient light sensor. Pretty amazing. It's got 8 sensors, all right? Think about the typical programmable manufacturing device. Think about a CNC machine or industrial 3D printer. It has over a dozen CPUs. It has hundreds of sensors. And integrated manufacturing systems has infinite ways to continuously improve and retool. We're all in on this. Big companies are in it on retooling, reimagining through smart manufacturing. The real opportunity here is our 252,000 small and medium-sized manufacturers that they don't understand this, that they can really change their manufacturing system through manufacturing excellence and retooling. The third is CPS Principle 6 is create functional excellence. Here's something, the IT, look at the productivity charts of the United States. It's very clear. It was an upward slant. IT, my goodness, it revolutionized things. And firms invested heavily, and they saw continuous return on those investments from IT. And we added CIOs. So firms really bought into this, and that's great. But so many firms, most large, but so many small and mediums, they think of IT, they don't think of OT. And here's where the IT is really important. It's the front-end business systems, but the strategic nature of operational technology, or OT. OT powers manufacturing systems, the manufacturing execution system that enabled us to do mass customization decades ago and so well today. It's all about the MES, it's all about the ERP, it's all about systems interconnected. And that's the real opportunity that we are really on the cusp of realizing, because it's so much easier today with interconnectedness, with networks, and heavens. You needed an engineer to connect these things before. Now it's literally plug and play. It is a wholly new paradigm. I designed lines and plants that truly powered mass customization with zero changeover and using flexible automation and OT. In closing, of my industry career, 25 years was spent with this amazing company called Cummins. I learned collaborative research and development was critical. I did advanced manufacturing and technology development, and this is why collaboration is so important to maturing, to implement these disruptive technologies into a business. But 40 years ago, it took an engineer with a graduate degree to install, design, put in a robot, optimize it. Today, with intelligent manufacturing equipment, anyone can teach a cobot how to be effective on the factory floor. That's a game changer. So today I work helping U.S. manufacturers connect academia with Manufacturing USA, the Manufacturing Innovation Institutes. This is a national network that works closely with our other national network. I want to plug our Manufacturing Extension Partnership. Why am I doing this? We have two complementary national networks, and they are both focused on technology development, technology transfer, and helping U.S. manufacturers, especially small and medium-sized manufacturers, achieve retooling and operational excellence. So I want to really commend Purdue with their forethought of having this sort of a conference. Excellence in manufacturing and operations, it drives our economic security, it drives our national security, and this is driving our industries of tomorrow. Thank you.
So in my past, I worked extensively with 18-wheelers, what people call. I used to live in Midwest quite a bit. And I was also told that if truck stops, America stops. And that's true. If the truck transportation across America's infrastructure stops, just for one day, we will start missing waters on the shelf. In 2 days, medicines on the shelf. So transportation, logistics, supply chain makes a very important part of resilience in our operations as well as manufacturing. And with that, I would like to invite Brent Yagi, Chief Executive Officer of Wabash, one of the leaders in the transportation and logistics. Brent, please.
Thanks, AJ. Well, it's a privilege to be here as a Boilermaker, to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of the university, to be part of this panel and advance their mission is truly something that's exciting for me and for Wabash. Now, many of you may not be aware of who Wabash is and what we do, so let me take a moment to give just a little bit of a background. So Wabash is a Fortune 1000 company. We're about a $3 billion revenue base. And we have almost 7,000 employees across the United States, with 3,500 in the state of Indiana. Our headquarters is just a few miles away from Purdue University. We're just across the river. And we're the only public company that resides in the area that surrounds Purdue. So when you think about the products that we produce, and AJ made a great point relative to the 53-foot dry van semi-trailer that we produce, one of the largest product lines that we have. And he's absolutely right, the world stops when transportation stops. But we do more than just that level of exposure. So let me go into it. So not only do we produce products that support primary manufacturing with our dry van products, we also produce refrigerated trailers and truck bodies that support the movement of food, pharmaceutical, specialty chemicals around the country. We produce flatbed trailers that literally provide the transportation infrastructure for primary metals, concrete products, literal infrastructure building materials within North America. We produce a whole host of truck bodies, so we're exposed to the delivery of services, we're exposed to the delivery of goods and services in metropolitan areas, the rise of e-commerce. We produce tank trailers, chemical feedstocks into the literal chemistry that runs our country. And we also provide products in the tanker space that move protein products, milk, and other food sanitary type materials that, again, provide basic infrastructure to our country. So not only do we have exposure to a host of primary industries that are all at the forefront of change, we're a major manufacturer with over 75,000 units of production, truck bodies, trailers, products that are 53 foot long, 13,000 pounds, big stuff. And so we're at the forefront of Industry 4.0. We're at the forefront of digitization. We are at the forefront of how generative AI and edge AI will affect not only us, but the industries that we serve. We're at the nexus of this. This small publicly traded company just a few miles away from Purdue has happened to find itself smack dab in the middle of tremendous change. That's why we're here, and it's part of the conversation that we're having with Purdue. I appreciate that they tolerate me most of the time. So I think it has to do with the degrees I have. I paid for it, I guess, would be a way of saying it. So I think it's also important, I talk a little bit just from a context from how I approach this. So I'm a recovering engineer, and it has shaped a lot of how I look at the world. I started out as a nuclear propulsion officer in the U.S. Navy. I learned a lot about what it means to meet the two missions that we had. One, project power. Two, control sea lanes. Why do we want to control sea lanes? So that we can make sure that our country can still supply, as someone said, the arsenal of democracy. I moved into component manufacturing with General Motors, and I learned what it meant to create scalable manufacturing at the forefront of technology. And then about 20 years ago, I started at Wabash, and I got to learn what it meant to provide manufacturing products in a business that serves primary infrastructure into transportation, logistics, and distribution, to learn about what our customers are feeling, both the carriers that move product and some of the largest shippers in the world. And most recently, we are exposed to the Amazons and others that are disrupting from a digital technology standpoint. So as we sit here and we think about how do we create sustainable infrastructure going forward, I think it's important to understand the sheer complexity of the issue. So again, as that recovering engineer, who typically took a systems approach to everything, to the detriment of most people that I interact with, the boundary diagram is ridiculously important. How do I want to frame the problem? What problem are I really trying to solve? And I believe in too many ways, at too many times, both from a private and a public institution standpoint, we solve too small a problem, too narrow. Logistics is at the core of everything. And one of the things that this initiative, XMO, has taken into account is that not only do we make, but we move, right? And the movement of goods and services is critical to really understand the total constraints to adoption of new technology, new business models, new ways of doing things. We can go back to COVID as just a simple example. How many people want to remember, over 100 container ships just parked outside the port of Los Angeles? Or the lineup of ships that couldn't get through the Panama Canal to get to our deep ports in the southeast? Or maybe it's the disruption of overall logistics through nearshoring, as supply lines that were created over 30 years of globalization at high levels of relative efficiency are being disrupted at a pace far beyond anyone's expectations. And then you want to integrate the rise of e-commerce that has completely changed final mile distribution of goods and services to the home, completed a completely different logistics model in terms of redistribution of goods around metropolitan areas. And this has really only been happening in the last 4 to 5 years. The pace of change is off the chart. The complexity is enormous when we think about making and moving in the adoption of scalable technology over time. And I implore this audience, Purdue, to continue to work to understand the boundaries at what problem you're going to solve. What is the system? What is the total constraint to the adoption? Because that really is at the heart of what it means to have a scalable, resilient supply chain. And with that, I will take my seat.
So I would like to continue. I would like to continue this dialogue, really as a cohort, if I may call it, cohort of colleagues here, distinguished colleagues, to start putting together maybe some of the foundational thoughts of a retooling model for resilience, There are multiple types of tools of making and moving, as Brent, you pointed out, in terms of digital, physical, sustainable, and beyond, which I call human. So there is a fourth very powerful tool, which is human. So you have digital, physical, sustainable, and human. And with those all four important ingredients, I will start, Rick, from you, and I will ask you a first question, that given the choices, as an engineer, but as somebody, as a citizen, and somebody who works in the defense, because all the latest and the best sometimes start with defense. Not every time, but many times. So what do you see that what we can use in our toolbox to start delivering that resilience? Because next time a catastrophe breaks, we don't want to be at the same position we were before right now. So what you would do in your business sector to achieve that resilience?
Thanks, AJ. That's a great question. Am I being heard? I can never tell. At Lockheed, it's vitally important. You know, I harken back to a quote I just heard from the general of Army DEFCOM. He said, you know, we don't play home games. We want all of our games to be played as away games. So we're talking about shipments of enormous amounts of material and fuel. You know, so we use fuel to transport fuel. We put people in harm's way. At Lockheed, there's a bit of a digital transformation going on. I'm sure it's going on with our peers to get a 360-degree view of our product life cycle. So, you know, if you think about an example of a truly, you know, excellent manufacturing and operation industry, it's the bottling in beverage industry. It's exquisitely linear, but it's not optimized on the tail end, on the waste stream side. When you think about our industry, we're as Brent said, we're sub-optimized. We're optimized for production. Then we go and we optimize for delivery. Then we go and we optimize for sustainment, but we don't optimize at the systems level. So we need sort of a control tower that gives us insights. You know, I think Dr. Paris put it best. You know, we need to be able to not have deterministic solutions. We need adaptive solutions. We need generative AI to give us insights of what's going on in our ecosystem, what's going on in our supply chain. That's where AI can help give us, you know, kind of a line of sight all throughout our supply chain ecosystem as well as our own production operations.
So what you're pointing out is two words: system level thinking and adaptive. Did I capture it right? Those are the two words you would add to start building that model together.
Digital twin, as Dr. Paris put it, our customers are demanding it. We need it ourselves, and we need to push it out to the supply chain, but not force it down their throats. You know, to be sensitive to the very small suppliers. We need to help them along in this journey. You know, in some ways that introduces the technology to them. Industry 4.0, they can't tool up in a year. They're going to need help. They're going to need training. They're going to have to understand how to invest wisely in a staged way.
Thank you. So, Mike, I'm going to come to you with different way to look at this. So when I look at the Maslow's pyramid of human needs, at the foundation you have food, you have air, you have water, and at the tip you see there are important other areas where the commerce is expanding in space now. Space, rockets, relaunchable rockets, colonies beyond carbon line. So I see that we need to have a presence across the verticals of the Maslow pyramid, at the tip and at the base. Now, you, in your current role, leadership role nationally and with the institutes, you're fueling the pipeline of that innovations at the base and at the top, operationally and manufacturing. So given the current model of those institutes and as a nation as an operational model, what you would advise that we need to do to make it resilient? So next time a pandemic comes, next time a war breaks out, or next time an adversity challenges us, like semiconductor is an unfolding story. And what are the lessons that we can learn from silicon is just the one material in the periodic table. There are more materials that are all challenged, from iron steel to nickel to copper to every possible. So what you would advise? It is a large question, but it is an important to start with.
I didn't know where he was going with Maslov and space manufacturing, but AJ tied it together. I think that, you know, if there was any silver lining from the global pandemic, everyone learned, if they weren't already, the term supply chain and resilience and emphasize the need for domestic capability, that it is no longer an assumption of, oh, manufacturing is global, we'll only focus on this because we can always get that from another country very cheaply, very quickly. Well, that all broke. And every leading company understands their supply chain. They have redundancies, they have backups, but that only works if on the model of there was a natural disaster, an earthquake here. A global pandemic threw everyone's models aside, and it taught people that we have to think differently when the next, not if, pandemic will happen. And I think that resiliency, the question here is all about not only adaptability and this whole theme of retooling, but it's speed. Because it's not sufficient to say, well, we will be resilient and we will retool and we'll get there in a month or so. Not when people were dying in hospitals and we couldn't produce PPE. And here's where I'm just so proud of how U.S. industry rallied around it. I mean, Dean Bartels is here. His organization runs America Makes. We had Manufacturing USA Institutes involved with pandemic response. And this wasn't a research project. This was about, they pulled together a consortium. They have 200 plus leading members, right? And all of them have 3D printers on their floor that were now idle. And they said, what can we do to start 3D printing PPE and ventilator parts and everything under the sun? And I think that was a great example of pulling together a consortium, partnering with the federal government, getting the 3D models downloaded and verified, uploading them, and basically the local community suddenly making things for their local hospitals and such. This is all about resilience, and I'd like to think that that wasn't just something that we learned and we're going to forget. It is something that we are now thinking of differently about how can we, and here's where my earlier comments about this democratization of manufacturing, this digital wave, it's going to revolutionize how we think about making things, not just a large plant in this country or that country, but with digital technologies, being able to local source and make things all around the country. That, I think, will do two things. One is we will have a much more resilient supply chain, not only for health pandemic, but for national emergencies. But the other thing, this is the insidious thing. The best way that you can get people involved, and as we heard all morning, it's all about people. It's all about skills. It's about, Carolyn was saying, oh my goodness, we need to attract so many scientists and engineers. And every time you say that, and it sounds like, eat your broccoli, it's good for you and it's good for the country. That, getting involved with things like the 3D printers at your libraries, or you buy them, and this is the gateway drug to engineering and science. That it's teaching the new generation. If you can think it, you can design it with the online tools. If you can design it, you can make it. And suddenly everyone is a creator. So this is why I'm so bullish about we have left the pandemic stronger than ever. We are going in the right direction, and we really are turning the tide on how we think about modern manufacturing, not just to make the stuff that we need, but to make it more sustainably, make it more carbon neutral, make it more energy efficient, and not only make it here for our needs, but make it here to sell everywhere.
Well, thank you, Mike. I think you added important words to what Rick built before: system adaptation, but also democratization. Democratization of manufacturing, at the same time reaction time. Reaction time, as you pointed out, how system reconfigured to deliver PPEs and other, and at the same time that how access to these for an average public, that access is very critical. So it is not in the ivory tower, but it is accessible to an individual. And that's the point. You didn't exactly put in that word, but that's what I heard. Did I capture right? So with that, Brent, I come to you asking a question that many a time people don't see the veins of America where the transportation happens. But those veins of America kept us going during pandemic, physically and digitally both. So given in your leadership role and your disciplinary role, how do you see that we can build the next infrastructure so we would be continuing to be resilient in these challenging geopolitical realities?
So I think when I think about it in the logistic distribution, transportation space, I don't think it's uniquely different than answering it for any other space. So I think it's fairly generic. I differ somewhat in terms of what's been said. I'm going to say I move upstream in how I think about it. So much promise in the physical advancement from an engineering and science standpoint, and what will act, let's just say specifically on logistics, distribution, and transportation. We have autonomous driving, we have alternative energy, we have the promise of functional deployment of generative AI, and we can keep going. It won't be to create that scalable, resilient, sustainable infrastructure, it has to actually be adopted first. It has to actually meet the reality of physical deployment before you can even begin to scale. I don't think it's going to be a constraint as to physically what's capable. Now, I'll show an example in a second. It's mindset, it's education, it's the interaction within the business fundamentals, whether it's public or private, so that it truly has economic sustainability. True value is actually created and harvested. If those things can't occur, then we're going to have great tech sitting on a shelf, waiting to be deployed. So I'll give you an example. For Wabash in 2015, we did an evaluation on the deployment of basically, we'll call it an Industry 4.0 application on our products relative to the acquisition of data and the transfer of data to our customers. A complete data set that would have, on theory, dramatically improved their operational efficiency potential. We chose not to do it. And why? Because it wasn't a technical problem. It wasn't that it wasn't capable of doing that. When you deeply evaluate their ability to, one, have a data infrastructure that was remotely designed to harvest it, the business processes to use it, a strategic mindset to figure out how they would position their companies different, it didn't exist. So for us to deploy capital resources accordingly to be able to do that, it was technically feasible, but it wasn't business feasible. We're only now reaching a stage to where there's beginning to be an appreciation of what might be possible. So when I think about resilient infrastructure and the promise of all the change that's out there, I think we have to get ahead of it and really understand how people, leaders, will think about and pull through and change their businesses, and are they even armed with the right information, the right mindsets to do that? I think it starts there, or we will deploy resources for things that just, we can't figure out why they didn't scale, because we missed that people have to do it.
Brent, is it the reality that the technology is coming to people, the system, the businesses too fast. Because it takes certain time to be aware. So it takes certain time to go from aha moment to what is it, I like it, and I can't live without it. There are 4 phases of technology. And is it coming so fast that we just can't work with it right now?
I'm going to use the traditional business school S curve, right, that we all learned a long, long time ago. And generally want to apply a single S curve to the adoption of the newest technology that's out there. It doesn't actually work that way. The change cost is too big. The mental hurdle is too big. The risk is unquantifiable. We don't know how, and then you factor in the speed at which it's coming. You don't know if you're going to be disrupted 2, 3, 4 years with the next iteration. So how do you make infrastructure changes that are adaptable, resilient, to absorb further climbs in, we call it technology advancement, so that you can move forward? What's the roadmap for that? Too many companies have no roadmap, so they're waiting. They're going to be a slower adopter. We will be first. So I think how do you break that one, for any given piece of technology, in the context of business model disruption, how do I break it into multiple S-curves over time? And how many should I have, and what's the pacing of it? So I can take bite-sized chunks, so I can scale it in a resilient way. I never fail too big, and I never overcommit resources to where I've cornered myself in my ability to continue to advance and be agile with further technology or technical development.
So it is starting to actually maybe becoming that engineers and scientists as well need to have business training and vice versa. Because how to operationalize what they invent, discover, make, operate.
I'll give a gratuitous plug for Jim and the Daniel School of Business as we iterate science into the overall business thinking of professionals at Purdue. We're setting them up win over the next decade and longer, which I think is vital, and I'm proud that Purdue's doing that.
That is an excellent point. And another point that also became clear, that how we put the roadmaps of the technology, we also need roadmaps of the technology adoption. Because most of the time, from semiconductor to every business, there are enough roadmaps, and I'm involved in a few of them. But we always focus on technology, but I have not yet heard the technology adoption roadmap. And those are very important for resilience, because resilience is an output and not an input. Roadmap is an input.
Businesses have to have optionality, have to build optionality in what they do at its basis. And once you have to go absolute in adoption, then the risk just goes off the chart, right? Optionality allows you to de-risk that adoption of change. So change management is a ridiculous part of managing this if you really want to, again, pull through that technology change at the pace at which it's moving forward.
So I have been given that one of the architects of the CHIP Acts, Senator Young, will be here in a short while, and we'll continue the dialogue after his words. But till Senator Young is here, I would request to continue this dialogue. He's here? Okay. Stephen, is Senator Young in the audience here? Oh, he's outside. Please bring him in, and after his comments, we'll continue this dialogue. Let's take a detour. So you can be seated if you would like. I do not want to. So please bring him in. He is an important figure in architect, one of the architects of the CHIP Acts, and it is at the heart of the manufacturing and operations. So we are very delighted he's here. Stefan, would you like to introduce?
Yes, I will. Go ahead. Where is he? Wait for him till he's here. I hope so. Okay, it's an honor and a true pleasure to have the senior senator of the state of Indiana with us, Todd Young. He currently serves on the U.S. Senate Committees on Finance, Foreign Relations, Commerce, Science and Transportation, and Small Business and Entrepreneurship. Previous in the House, he served on the House Armed Service Committee, the House Budget Committee, and most recently, the House Ways and Means Committee. I will say personally that you are one of the politicians I truly admire for your really hard work. It doesn't say it here. And getting stuff done across the aisle. That is truly remarkable for all of us. And of course, most recently, you co-authored the CHIPS and Science Act, $280 billion in new funding that will make a huge difference to our nation. So with that, thank you. We really appreciate you being here, Senator Todd Young.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Stefan. It was a treacherous venture up those stairs because now I know that anything I could say would just undermine your impression of me. So that was very, very nice of you. It's great to be here. I am so excited about the good work that's occurring among so many of our institutions of higher ed, our private sector, working together with government to ensure that we're really fully adapting to the current 21st century dynamics. Your three themes this year are reshoring, retooling, and retraining. I'm a sucker for alliteration. But beyond that, I gravitate towards these three themes because they very much align with many of my own policy objectives and to give a shout out to Purdue University, certainly much of our work together in recent years. But before I dig too far, I want to check the scoreboard, so to speak. It's basketball season now. I am the senior senator from Indiana, something I never forget, so basketball is typically a good place to start in any remarks. And Purdue, for those who are keeping score, got a big win last night against Sanford. Yes, go Boilers! So there's going to be a lot of scoreboard watching this year, I know. Not everyone keeps score in public policy, but I'm a competitive person. I know President Chang is also a competitive man. So we are going to give you some of the results of the CHIPS and Science Act since it became law. Skywater announced it's building a $1.8 billion chip factory in West Lafayette. Fantastic. The Department of Defense announced Indiana will receive $33 million for the Silicon Crossroads Microelectronics Commons Hub to develop national security technologies. The Department of Commerce named Indiana's Heartland Bioworks a tech hub for biomanufacturing. An announcement that's going to solidify Indiana as a key life sciences player for years to come, from the factory to the pharmacy. It should also be mentioned, as part of the first round of Tech Hubs Awards, our friends in Northwest Indiana will benefit from the Block Tech Hub in the Chicago area for quantum research. That's a collaboration with the University of Chicago. Notre Dame received a Tech Hub planning grant for wireless innovation. In Southeast Indiana is part of a Louisville-based Tech Hub planning grant for energy startups, working, of course, with the University of Louisville. So 15 months in, we're running up the score in America's heartland, especially in the great state of Indiana, and we have no intention of slowing down. Now, I know many people in this room and those watching the live stream are key reasons that our great state has been so successful in these pursuits over the last year. So please join me in a round of applause for all those partners in business, in government, in academia who've done so much work to put us in this position. Please join me. Because I do want to emphasize this is a team effort. Folks in business and civil society and government at all levels, and even some folks outside the state of Indiana have been very instrumental in making this progress. Most of the collaborations that have happened as a result of the CHIPS and Science Act have really been the next step in things that were already underway in the state of Indiana, things we're good at. Manufacturing, distribution, life sciences, and much more. These have been hallmarks of the Hoosier economy for some period of time. So the credit really extends back chronologically as well. Indiana is the leader in manufacturing in our country, the most manufacturing-intensive state in the country, something I never tire of reminding my colleagues who regard Indiana solely as an ag or a distribution state. We make a lot of stuff, and we have for generations. We have over 500,000 manufacturing employees and a total output of $100 billion annually just in our manufacturing economy. The CHIPS and Science Act, including the Silicon Crossroads Hub and the Regional Tech and Innovation Hubs program at DOC, will supplement state-level government and private industry investments to onshore mission-critical production of semiconductors. Just as important, we're seeing historic collaborations between universities like Purdue, and I know they tell me that there's no university like Purdue, industry, and the defense industrial base to increase our technical workforce to meet the demands of the CHIPS investments. That's key, something Secretary Raimondo emphasizes in every talk. We need to develop the workforce if the CHIPS and Science vision is to be realized. Just last week, relatedly, we saw Indiana University, in collaboration with NSWC Crane, announce a $111 million investment in new faculty, new facilities, equipment, and strategic initiatives focused on advancements in microelectronics and nanotechnology to expand the Hoosier microelectronics workforce. Very encouraging. Meanwhile, Purdue is partnering with Indiana's community college system, Ivy Tech, to increase the number of technicians who will work in the semiconductor industry. And the University of Notre Dame is partnering with universities across the region to pool know-how on increasing chips manufacturing in the industrial Midwest. These types of efforts are going to be the key, again, to reshore manufacturing operations that are vital for our economic security and our national security. Now, I never tire of mentioning what to this group is obvious. America invented the world's first integrated circuit. America originally mastered the design and production of the microchip. But because of increasingly difficult and costly production and foreign competition, the share of microchips made here fell from 37% in 1990 to 12% today. All while China aggressively subsidized chip production and is on track to manufacture the majority of the world's microchips by 2030. This recent supply chain stoppage demonstrated why this imbalance is simply unworkable. Not just for our economy, many parts of which were paused because of shortage of chips. Think of the dozens of pauses that our manufacturing, our auto assembly operations in the state of Indiana had on account of too few microchips. But also for the majority of military platforms, which are dependent on microchips. Happily, we have a bipartisan recognition of the importance of reestablishing a thriving domestic semiconductor industry and providing increased pathways for Americans to find employment in this and other STEM-related fields. And all of you, you're leaders, I know, in this revival. Our work on the CHIPS and Science Act demonstrates that as divided as our nation and government appear, and sometimes we are in reality, there are Americans, Democrat and Republican alike, working together to advance our common good without abandoning their principles, even if it doesn't always make the headlines. And what does often make it in the headlines, reports of how Americans are divided, have lost trust in each other and a certain faith in the future. I know we can't simply pass a law to reverse all of that, but we can address trends that are underlying this fracture. One contributing factor, I believe, is the disparity of opportunity that is an unfortunate characteristic of a globalized, dynamic, knowledge-based economy. It's no one's fault. It's a structural issue. Since 2000, 94% of the nation's job growth has happened in urban areas. Just 31 counties out of more than 3,000 nationwide account for a third of the nation's GDP. 31 counties out of 3,000 nationwide, a third of the GDP. None of those counties is in Indiana. A lot of them are right around Washington, D.C. This disparity of opportunity leads to a disconnect between our citizens. It creates gaps between rural and urban areas, and it leaves many Americans and their communities out of a rapidly evolving 21st century economy. This is, of course, reflected in our current political divisions. You see it on the right with the embrace of populism. You see it on the left with the embrace of populism. That's what happens when people are fumbling about for solutions, right? It's a hinge point in our nation's history. And it's important that all of you, leaders, by dint of your positions and your education and your association with the likes of Purdue University, All of you will play an increasingly important role in shaping some concrete solutions to pressing challenges, and collectively, you and I and many others can find our way through this difficult period. The imbalance that we're experiencing, however, goes beyond place. Women constitute just over half of America's total production and workforce, and yet still only 35% of our STEM workforce. There's an opportunity there. The percentages of Latino and Black workers in STEM fields, 15% and 9% respectively, are even lower. There's an opportunity there. The expansion of domestic semiconductor production, as well as the development of other frontier technologies, are important for our economic well-being and our national security. Blessedly, we are seeing policymakers start to have a more encompassing view of national security to include the economic dimension of it. I think that's important. There's all sorts of societal benefits associated with these STEM-related opportunities that can't be overlooked either. Increasing STEM-related opportunities for more people across more communities will help lift Americans and also reverse the inequality of opportunity that plays a part in our national fracture. But we have to make sure that opportunities and the education and training necessary to meaningfully participate in a modernizing workforce aren't just better spread along geography, but are in reach of all Americans, no matter their gender, no matter their race, no matter their geography. As I close here, I'll just say one of the most exciting things to me when you look at that scoreboard over the last 15 months is that it touches almost every part of our state. Northwest, North Central, Central, Southwest, Southeast, all being impacted by this broader initiative to reshore manufacturing, to invest in our workforce, to invest in research of these generational shaping technologies. Every Hoosier, if they want it, is going to have the opportunity to benefit from these new investments. The CHIPS and Science Act is going to help ensure, I believe, with your help, the United States of America wins the 21st century, that our values prevail, that our people can live up to their full human potential. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's clear that Indiana is leading the way toward a more prosperous, more secure future. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for all that you have done and all you're going to do to help advance human freedom, flourishing, and opportunity. God bless.
To continue this dialogue, we are the ones standing between you and the lunch. So we are very sensitive to that, but this topic is equally important. So with your approval, I would request one round to continue this dialogue and finish that with a proper scoreboard. Is that good for everybody? Well, thank you. You are a generous audience, and I thank you wholeheartedly for that. Thank you. So Mike, I would like to, as I was in the middle of the conversation with you, the Manufacturing USA Institutes produced a phenomenal portfolio of the technologies. But as we were talking about adoption of them, adoption plays a very different role of those technologies. For us to be continually looking at those as a water spring that we can continue to consume, but with the speed a human can and a system can with the adoption, any comments that we can do better in terms of that adoption of that influx or the inventory of the new ideas and technologies about TRL level 4, how we can be more resilient in that, to use that as an influx.
Well, and it's always tough following an accomplished senator. Just really 2 points is looking at the big picture. I think that as we continue with 17 and we are adding more institutes with CHIPS and some non-CHIPS institutes as well, everyone in the federal government, it is an interagency effort. And I would point to the senator pointed out a number of things that Commerce EDA announced with these tech hubs and such. Look at the space of how the federal government is working together, and I would call out our good friends at the National Science Foundation. The CHIPS and Science Act created the Technology Innovation Partnership Directive, TIP. And that in itself, I think, will be a really big impact. It not only connecting with Manufacturing USA, but really streamlining, accelerating from basic science into production. So I guess watch this space, because when we talk about these programs, more and more you'll see that agencies are working together. My other thought is, I think the senator well conveyed, we are in an historic time of public sector investment. And that's exciting. But what gets me actually even more excited is that these are public-private partnerships and these are catalyzing. So if you go to whitehouse.gov/invest, that's it. It'll take you there. And you will see a map of the United States and every single thing that the senator mentioned of what's happening. There are dots all across the country. It is amazing. Zoom in on where you live, and you will see all of these different investments coming from Bill, IRA, and CHIPS. That's Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. IRA is the Inflation Reduction Act, and CHIPS and Science Act. CHIPS and Science is only kicking in now, but these all three bills, all three bipartisan bills, it's great to see with these. The thing that I get excited is you click on the other tab. These are the private sector investments. And I didn't check it this morning. Last time I checked it, $620 billion, conservatively, $620 billion of the private sector investing here in the United States for the future of manufacturing. So this is a 10x investment. It's exciting to get an announcement of a tech hub being announced, but what it's doing is it's really catalyzing a renewed partnership with the private sector, and that's why this is a very exciting time going forward for reimagining and retooling U.S. manufacturing.
That is very uplifting number for retooling, and probably we need to continue to increase that, hopefully with the CHIP Act and the more CHIPS-like Act continue. So thank you. Rick, I'm going to come to you and probably have the last comment that I will take, but last person that I will talk on the panel. And this is because one of the most critical sector for the security of America is defense. But the defense requirements are very unique in terms of tolerances, engineering, materials, complexities, and everything else. For us to make defense, and specifically coming from Lockheed, your business more resilient to these fluctuations, global fluctuations, anything recommend that you at this point in time? Any recommendation?
Tough one. Great question. It's something our industry's been struggling with as long as I've been in the industry. How do we take advantage of all the great innovations going on here, within the academic community, the national labs, I think it's about partnerships. I think it's getting the best of what we can from commercial industry, not developing everything ourselves. There's a few things that only the defense industry probably can or should develop, but there's an enormous swath of technology that's I was stunned to hear these investments going on. I mean, I think to kind of foot stomp on what we heard from Michael, it's not just the federal investments that is exciting, it's the state. The states are developing really great models. Each unique, each in some way competing with each other, but there's best practices I think that can be shared across the manufacturing, USA institutes, other like institutes, industry. Our industry does a decent job of collaborating pre-competitively, like Metals Affordability Initiative, just to point one out, that's funded by Air Force. That's where we can really leverage partnerships. You know, it's in that pre-competitive space. You know, in a consortium, you know, like environment, bringing more partnerships from academia and government and small businesses. That's where I think the defense industry really needs to up its game. You know, if you look at the, I think this may be inverting now, but if you look at federally funded research over the last 70 years, its share of GDP has been going like this, while the share of private investments going like this. So, you know, we can't expect the government to fund all of our innovations. The innovations come from cross domain, cross sector, cross industry.
Well, thank you again, and I would like to thank first all the audience to be patient and participating both. And I would like to thank each of the panelists, Brent, Mike, and Rick. Thank you again, and we'll continue.
John W. Sutherland. John W. Sutherland is the Fasenfeld family head of environmental and ecological engineering at Purdue University. Known for pioneering the field of sustainable manufacturing, he has published over 420 papers and mentored nearly 120 graduate students. His recognitions include an SAE Teeter Educational Award, SME Education Award, ASME Enter Manufacturing Technology Award, SME Gold Medal, and AEESP Poland Medal. He is a member of the National Academy of Engineering. He has led EEE's growth into one of the largest departments in the U.S. He received his BS, MS, and PhD degrees from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign.
Well, did everybody have a good lunch? I didn't really hear that. Please take your seat, Jay. Well, I'm really looking forward to this panel this afternoon that's focused on retraining, more broadly education, training, retraining. It should be quite interesting because we've already heard today how important education and training are from a number of our speakers, including comments from Senator Young. Obviously, training and education are critical to ensuring that we have the kind of workforce that we are going to need for U.S. manufacturing. As we get into this discussion this afternoon, this dialogue, I want to encourage us all to kind of think a little bit of a few key points. As we think about this notion of resilient supply chains through excellence in manufacturing and operations, what are the types of education and training that we need at all levels? So that's engineering, technology, business, incumbent workforce, but then also policymakers and legislators and so forth. So we have a lot of things to kind of keep in mind as we move forward. So we have an amazing group of panelists for our discussion this afternoon, and let me ask each one of them in turn to come up, say a few words, and then we'll get going with our discussion. As you can see, and again, to follow the procedure that was set by AJ and Stefan, we're going to use alpha order. So let me first introduce Robert Ambrose. He is the J. Mike Walker 1966 Chair Professor of Mechanical Engineering at Texas A&M University. Rob.
Good afternoon. Let me start with a story, and this is a totally made-up story. A couple hundred years ago, a young man, a teenager, was learning. He was an apprentice, and like most people back then, more than half of North Americans were in agriculture. So he's learning how to be a farmer, and he's got this tool that he's got to learn how to use. And the tool is owned by his dad, and it was passed down from his grandfather. And by about 18, he's mastered using this tool. And now he's set for the rest of his career. He's learned the one tool that he needs to learn how to use for his entire career. You imagine only having to learn one tool. Now flash ahead maybe 10 generations, young man's great-great-great-great-granddaughter. She's now motoring across a massive farm in Texas Panhandle in what's essentially like a low-altitude spacecraft, this modern tractor she's operating. And it's connected to satellite data that has mapped out the field she's in. She's using data analytics to predict the impact of the predicted El Niño winter. She's using GPS to guide her as she's driving this machine so that she can pay attention to the spot market where she's working a sale for the crop that she hasn't even planted yet. She had to learn a lot of new things to be in the cab of that amazing machine. and it probably took her 10 years to learn all those things. But the concern that she really has is that in the next 5 years, every one of those skills that she learned is now going to be obsolete, overcome with new tools and new things that she needs to learn. And that's really the challenge. So I'm a time domain controls guy. And in this case, the physical plant is a person, and they've got a career, and that's about the time span of a career, 20, 30 years. And when the requirement to learn new things is much longer than that, it's okay. But when you're starting to change over and over again and retool, retrain, it kind of gets unstable. So now as a professor at A&M, I've had the opportunity to work with some students. I tell you, they're learning how to learn in new ways, and that's really important. The most important thing for us to learn is how to learn. In an era where the tools are moving so fast, your ability to pick up a new tool and master it quickly is the most important thing. And when we picture what an apprentice looks like, we only picture young people from an outdated model. We're all going to have to be constantly learning new things and retraining ourselves. And it's not just going to happen when we're teenagers. So throughout our entire careers, we have to be learners. We've got to be able to pick up new things and master them quickly. But I'm excited. I watch young people today demonstrating the ability to learn in new ways, and I'm encouraged from it. And I assure you that based on the students I'm seeing at Texas A&M, our future is in good hands. Thank you.
So let me now introduce our next panelist, Thomas R. Kerfus. He is Professor and Husco Ramirez Distinguished Chair in Fluid Power and Motion Control at Georgia Tech. Tom.
Thank you, John. Well, first of all, it's really a great honor to be here. I was very excited when I was asked to talk about manufacturing. We looked at retraining, and really, I think it's a combination of people talk about next generation workforce. I think it's also the current generation workforce, but it's perfect, I think, in terms of what Rob was saying. We need to keep investing there. If I think about it, I talk about, you think, how are we going to make this technology available to the workforce, right, to get out there? We need them to use AI, we need them to use all this capability, and the reality actually is they're already using it. If you've used Google Maps, you're using AI. You have to make it available and accessible. If you think about the VCR, I think many of us remember what a VCR is. If not, you could just go down the street to the Smithsonian and take a look at it, but you could remember programming it. We could say Betamax too, but that's going really far back. But programming it. Remember those, you had about 50 buttons on the controller. Now look at your Fire TV, just 5 buttons. So we've made it very easy to control with a good user interface. Take a look at the CNC machine tool, all right? I had one of my former PhD students brought his daughters in there in high school, and we were showing them the machine tools, and they said, wow, that looks like grandma's computer. Not good, right? But the reality is there's some hope, because when those machines are sitting there, if you haven't touched the screen for a little bit, what do you see? The Windows screensaver. And so this is a great opportunity to move things forward. And what we're actually doing right now with a lot of companies, in particular the small, medium-sized enterprises, hey, how do we stream data in a secure fashion out to their Google Drive, which everybody has a Google Drive, it's free, 15 gigabytes, and then it's filling in the forms for their customers, and it sends it directly off to them. So we're automating things. And it does remind me, and again, it's not just that, we're making it easy, we can move it forward, but we also have to think about a little bit of a culture change. My mother, she calls me up, she says, hey, I've got this envelope I wanted to mail you, I'm very frustrated with the post office. I said, why, what's wrong? She said, well, I weighed it, and I measured it, and I gave the specs to the person over at the post office, and she said, well, you have to bring it in, I can't tell you how much postage to put on it. And she said, I went through about 4 or 5 different people, and they couldn't tell me. So I said, well, that's because when you go to the post office, they drop the envelope on a scale. Not only does it measure the size, it also weighs it, and then it gives you all the options on a touch screen, and they tell you that, and you hit the button, right, and it prints out your little postage sticker. And her statement to me was, boy, they've really dumbed that down. My statement was they have not dumbed it down. They have actually made that job available to somebody who couldn't do it 10 years ago. And oh, by the way, that person 10 years ago probably made more mistakes than the computer does today. So first of all, people are not going away. We've got to use technology to move them forward and help them move forward. And then we've got to really think about moving it up. I mean, you heard the numbers today. We don't have enough people to fill the jobs. So how are we going to solve that problem? Do we just ship all those jobs overseas? No, right? We make sure that the people who can, who are not capable right now of doing jobs can do it. It's just like Uber. Take a taxi home from the airport. 20, 30 years ago, the taxi driver had to know all the ways to go and the whole bit, how to get from the airport to my house, and had to know all about the traffic and so forth. Now, real-time feedback from every smartphone driving down the road and the whole bit makes that Uber driver, she is much better than that taxi driver was years ago. And by the way, I as a customer feel better too, because I know how much it's going to cost me, how I'm going to get there. I'm not being taken for the proverbial ride. So the real question is, how do we get that technology, get it to the workforce, not only next generation, but current generation workforce? So I'll just add on to Rob's comments, and I'll finish with a statement. One of my favorite 20th century philosophers, a guy by the name of Eric Hoffer, and those of you who heard me talk before know I always end with this because I find it great. So, in a world of change, or in times of change, the learned will find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists, while the learning will inherit the earth. And that's really what we're all about. It's about continuous learning. We have to continue to move forward, and people are not going away. So thanks very much. Look forward to the conversation.
And last but certainly not least, because he is my boss, I'd like to introduce Arvind Raman. He's the John A. Edwardson Dean of Engineering and the Robert V. Adams Professor of Mechanical Engineering at Purdue University.
There are no bosses at Purdue, I don't think, John, but thank you for the welcome. It's really an honor to be here. Last month, during National Manufacturing Day, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics released data that showed that with 12.7 million Americans employed in the manufacturing sector, Indiana continues to have the highest concentration of manufacturing jobs in the nation. Matter of fact, as Fred Cartwright talked about earlier today, that we are the state that has the largest share of its GDP devoted to manufacturing. And by the way, a lot of that manufacturing is, in fact, for transportation. And as a crossroads of America, I do think that it's fair to say that making and moving is in our DNA in the Hoosier State, for sure. Now, being at Purdue, I'm really proud, as President Chiang said earlier, that we are one of the largest STEM universities in the nation, with now a new STEM-focused business school, and the dean of the business school, Jim Bullard, is here as well. So really proud of that. In particular, I'm also proud of Purdue Engineering, which I think if trends persist next fall in 2024, is on track to become the largest engineering college in the United States when we include the students that we're going to be graduating in our campus in Indianapolis. So on track to become the largest in terms of students graduated. And we also, by the way, have an engineering technology program that's already the largest in the country. And we're really proud of a great partnership with Ivy Tech, which is the largest individual accredited statewide community college system in the nation. So really proud of that partnership as well. So as you can see, Indiana both has this DNA of making and moving, and also a confluence of higher education institutions that are really trying to address the STEM needs for manufacturing, making and moving as well. I'm also proud here to be at the stage with representatives from three engineering colleges, which I think really are defining in today's era what excellence at scale means. Top-ranked institutions that are showing the way to how you can be excellent and serve the public at the same time be absolutely excellent in research. So proud to be a part of this panel. I will just say that I think excellence at scale is a prerequisite for excellence in manufacturing and operations. So look forward to discussions today. Thank you.
All right. So let's dive right in. I have some questions. We all know that you were solicited for questions. These came in. We worked on them, and we have revised them slightly. But so let's start. The first question asks about challenges. So what do you consider now and in the future to be the biggest challenges facing the United States related to manufacturing education? And please keep in mind that let's try to address this in terms of all these different stakeholder groups: engineers, technicians, policymakers, legislators, executives, and so forth. Maybe we could start with Tom and then go to Arvind.
Sure, yeah, and full disclosure, you got a bunch of professors up here. We've already been told not to talk in 1 hour chunks. So, so I think part of the challenge really is just the acceptance of the technology and the culture change. There's such an aversion to, automation is going to take away jobs and so forth. Now AI is going to take away jobs. And I think the reality is that's just not the case. The human being is awesome. I was testifying in front of Congress about 15, 20 years ago, and I was asked, when am I going to get the robot to load and unload the dishwasher? Well, one of my academic colleagues said that'll be coming along in the next 5 or 10 years. But if you've ever used a robot, you would never trust it with your dishes. It destroys everything. It's very expensive. It's not flexible. They say, well, it is flexible. But a human being is so much better. You can see with your eyes, you can feel with your hands, you know exactly what's going on, with this. And by the way, I know my dishwasher doesn't take out mustard very well. So if I see mustard on the plate, I pre-treat it. And so people are great, and so what we need to do is just amplify that. And part of that amplification, by the way, has to say, yes, we are more cost effective than going overseas where the labor rates are lower. We just have to be much more value added over here. So I think it's just, again, culture change. Accept it, move it forward, and continue to learn about the technology.
Yeah, no, maybe I'll follow in add to what Tom was saying. First of all, I'm not in manufacturing, so a lot of my know-how about this comes from, secondary knowledge when I speak to great colleagues in my college who teach me a lot of things as well. But one of the things that has already been mentioned, actually, both by a recent article that my colleague here, Ali Shakouri, published in Harvard Business Review, as well as my colleague Nate Hartman, who's here. When it comes to incumbent workforce, especially in small, medium enterprises, there is definitely a need for upskilling and education when it comes to digital engineering broadly writ, whether it is end-to-end digital twins, whether it's sophisticated simulation tools, all these things, there is a challenge. There is definitely a challenge there. And so that is something we do need to be looking out for. By the way, this challenge also reflects within our traditional, now in this case, engineering degrees. If you really think about engineering degrees, they're very focused on design, build, and test. And we don't have necessarily that all disciplines have this concept of digital engineering, end-to-end digital engineering involved in all the disciplines, right? So you may have industrial engineering that happens, but it doesn't necessarily happen in all the disciplines. And so really, how do we go from this design-centered thing to more of design, manufacturing, production, kind of build that into every discipline, I think is another challenge area we need to think about. I think a third challenge area has to do with data science, machine learning, right? All these things are playing a key role. Certainly, both in incumbent workforce and in our students as we train. Certainly, at universities, we're better at. All of us have our units and micro credentials, sort of that target these things. But I think we could do better there. And I think But certainly for incumbent workforce, that is a key challenge for us. How do we make it more of a norm with the incumbent workforce? I think a fourth item is that if you look at the wave of manufacturing that's coming back to the United States because of reshoring, there's expected to be a bigger growth in some areas compared to the others, right? So one of the challenges is going to be, I think, as we look ahead, as these things surge, 2 or 3 years later, it might be something else. But right now, battery manufacturing, semiconductor manufacturing, EV manufacturing, clean energy-related manufacturing jobs, there's a prediction that they'll be increasing. All of a sudden, as we think about workforce, we had to address these technical niches while worried about the horizontals that we just spoke about. So that remains a challenge. And lastly, going back to Tom's point, this idea about resilient supply chains needs a notion of a resilient workforce, right? And so it used to be quite in the vogue back the National Academies had this report on Rising to the Challenge, speaking of this idea of lifelong learning. The context of lifelong learning has changed tremendously, and I don't have answers to this, but ways in which we can really think of being intentional that allow our students, whoever they are, to really be able to, can we be intentional that they can quickly pivot from digital tool to digital tool? Are there Uber learning frameworks that we can take that allow them to skip even as the specific technical tool changes every year or 2 years or something? So these are, I think, some challenges. No answers, but just some challenges based on observations.
That's really good. So you mentioned resilient supply chains and, in fact, thinking a little bit about kind of a resilient manufacturing education and training. Are there some specific topics or maybe even emerging topics that we should be thinking about in that regard as we move forward? Maybe we start with Rob.
Well, you won't be surprised. I think we really need to focus on robotics and automation. That's my personal opinion. But I think we have a problem there in this country. And as leaders, I think we need to help our country get over this problem. Our problem is we're afraid of robotics and automation. And we need to get over this. It is holding us back as a nation compared to other countries that are much more progressive in adopting these new technologies, often ones that we invented. We seem to always be afraid of robotics and automation more than any other country. And we've got to stop this. I get it. I led the software robotics and simulation division at the Johnson Space Center, the home of human spaceflight. My job was not to replace astronauts, or I would have been run out of there on a rail. My job was to help humans do some of the hardest jobs in the solar system and come home safely to tell us about it. And that's the right attitude. Of course, when you build a sewing machine, it's going to change the number of people it takes to sew a mile of thread, of course. But that doesn't mean we're going to do it by hand. That's ridiculous. This fear of robotics and automation is really holding us back in almost all sectors that are right now unable to hire. So maybe we're at a moment where we have another fear that will trump this irrational fear of we saw a bad movie once and it scared us. Maybe we're now afraid of going out of business because we can't hire enough people for the bottom line. And we've got to do the unthinkable of thinking about a new technology that might frighten us, but we've got to get over this. And I think the National Academy can help lead the nation in getting over this problem we have. I think it's probably a uniquely American thing. Our individuality is wonderful, and what's less American than a robot? So maybe it's just that we are just anti, that, but it's holding us back, and we've really got to get over it. All our major industries that need to be adopting robotics and automation have been held back by this, and I'm hopeful. Now the kids this isn't a young people's problem. I guarantee you this is an old people's problem.
If you've been to any robotics competition, you see excited, pumped up kids who are optimistic and excited about the future. And we need to help them and not pass on, at a minimum, this fear of robotics and automation, because our nation needs to embrace these new technologies right now.
Thank you, Rob. Tom, any thoughts?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, Bob, hit on some of the points about, not fearing the technology and moving forward. And I think it's also, by the way, there are a couple of nice reports out there, one on manufacturing engineering education that was recently put out by the National Academies. There's a smart manufacturing study going on right now. Hopefully that report gets out fairly soon. And I think some pretty good ideas there. But again, I think part of this really is it's going to add value. We just don't have enough people to fill the jobs. We've got to make people, and it's not an issue of, okay, well, we're going to work everybody overtime, right? This is not the solution. We've got to make them more productive. And so this is really what we're looking at. We've got to make that access fairly easy to do. And some of that is going to be really even rethinking how we move things forward. We were talking, I think you might have been in some of these conversations. We had a group from the community college system in Ohio. And they said, oh, Department of Education is funding us and so forth, but what happens is these students take 2 semesters of classes and they get these great jobs at $70,000 or $80,000 a year, and industry is happy, the students are happy because industry has people, the students now have these great jobs, but they drop out. But really they've achieved their mission. If they fill a job, good jobs, everybody's happy. But the Department of Education turns around and says, well, your dropout rate's too high, right? And again, it's a culture thing. Well, look, you go for a year or two, you get the job that you want, and then in another year or two, if you want to move up, you want to do something else, go back and do some retraining. But I charge Dean over here, but I mean, think about it. It's really hard to say, well, I'm going to go to Purdue or Georgia Tech or Texas A&M, and I'm just going to do sort of, sorry about that, knocking things over, but I'm going to take sort of half of the classes and so forth. I'm going to do it over 6 or 8 years and so forth. It's not so easy. It's not so easy to do that, and so we really need to rethink some of the models in there to allow us to move forward, and that works at the university level, and I think it also works certainly at the associate's level, and even for continuing education.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit. This is all really good. I want to talk a little bit about, apart from A&M, Georgia Tech, and Purdue, which are all wildly successful. Are there other programs and activities out there that you're aware of that are really doing a great job in terms of manufacturing education and training that we should be thinking about learning from, leveraging, and so forth as we move forward? Maybe we could start with you, Arvind.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I'm not in manufacturing, so as I said, it's a little hard for me to look across the nation and try to identify which programs are successful. I do think the Ivy Tech model is something that's really successful. I think a statewide model has scale advantages that when you have more fragmented college systems, community college systems, I think it detracts from that a little bit. But having said that, I will return to my institution because I was thinking hard about an example of what I might suggest here. And the example actually comes from our own School of Industrial Engineering. This is, industrial engineering is an interesting field that a lot of my colleagues here are from industrial engineering. Well, the IEs out there, could you raise your hands? Yeah, a few IEs out there. But it's really interesting when you think about how IE has evolved, especially in the 1990s and 2000s. Starting as, one could argue that manufacturing engineering, the way production systems we're talking about, are all anchored in industrial engineering. But over time, with globalization, as a lot of manufacturing shifted overseas, there was a reckoning moment in IE, certainly, I think that happened, that, again, a lot of the IE programs started switching a lot more, I think, to things related to data and optimization, and perhaps de-emphasize the manufacturing system side of it. But one of the things that I think we have been able to do is certainly keep that making part of it integral in a program like industrial engineering. Great example of this is a build at scale lab. I'm really pretty excited by it, but it's basically a full-scale lab. Think of it as a factory of the future. Students can put together assembly lines for many different kinds of products with cobots, robots, machining operations all done digitally. And then they go up and they can collect all the data from every machine and kind of optimize operations. But looking at end to end in a mini production line, it's like a dream. And there are not many, I don't think, IE programs that would have invested in such at-scale facilities for doing it. And so kudos to them. But I do think these kind of labs that allow, mimic basically a factory of the future end to end are, I think, a really good model that we could be thinking about in the future as well.
Rob, any thoughts?
So in Houston, there's an amazing economy. Regularly, it's the #1 city for manufacturing jobs in the United States. You don't normally think of Houston, maybe around the country, but it is. And by another measure, something called the industrial job, also #1 in the country. It's got the population of an average state and the GDP of an above-average nation. And it's based on manufacturing primarily. As a result, we've got a lot of what you would call touch labor. And the industries need what they call the super technician. And a super technician, in space we call them astronauts. On the ground, they're lots of different things, but they've got to be trained on using very complicated machines typically that are incredibly productive. And so a super technician running his or her machines could outproduce 100 people overseas. This is the way to win. So a number of the community colleges in the Houston area have now bought into this, and we're working with them at Texas A&M to help produce and regularly resharpen, retrain these super technicians. As the new machines come out, we need to get the new training. And so that's more of a kind of boot camp. The new machines coming out, we need to have a boot camp on how to run the new class of machines. That's a different kind of a learning model, but it's important. So the state of Texas has decided to invest in this for space, and they've recently given us $350 million to create a new space institute that Dr. Nancy Curry-Gregg, one of my favorite astronauts, she's our director and I'm the associate, and we're starting that. We're building a new facility in Houston, and one of the key things we'll be doing in the new facility is this workforce training to produce the super technician of tomorrow, because we need them today.
That's good. So the last question, the one we just finished, related more to existing programs. But as has been noted often today, we have a big job ahead of us. Maybe we need some new programs, some new ideas, new models. In particular, while the three of you represent engineering programs, what should we be thinking about in terms of new things, new entities to take on this giant education and training task? Arvind, maybe we can start again with you.
No, I think that's a really good question. I would say that going back to my earlier comments about where the challenges are, there's a whole horizontal related to digital engineering, but writ large across all the way design, all the way through operations, where there's a need, right? Upskilling need for incumbent workforce, but also for students we are currently training in our programs. And I think to some extent we do need a focus on those. I think there's a way forward to doing it, but we also need to address potentially the needs of working adults for doing the same things, whether it's online, hybrid education. I think all those are important things we need to be thinking about. I think retraining incumbent workforce is really, really super important. I think all these things are going to play a key role. I think it's important also for us to think about interdisciplinarity, right? So one of the things, for example, that we have started to work on here at Purdue is a collaboration with the Daniel School of Business to start a logistics engineering program, right? So looking at the operations side of it. There are gaps, so there are supply chain programs, but what is happening is sort of this intersection of tech and business. We're seeing more and more of this coming online. And so I think there's going to be a need looking forward to have collaborations across disciplines and offer those kind of programs that are not traditionally offered to both students who we currently have on campus, but also online learning. How do we do that well? So I think these are some spaces. I do also worry about, I don't have clear answers to this, but again, I bring that up again as a question for everyone here to think about, is there a science to building resiliency in those we educate, right? How do we do that? Resiliency for learning, and in the face of this digital, this new digital wave that we're all going through. I don't have answers for that, but anyone here who can think about it, I think that'd be a great program to offer as well.
Yeah, so I'll just carry on with Arvind, what you just said about sort of traditional and non-traditional programs, but I also think about traditional and non-traditional students. So the credentialing is really part of it. How do we move forward? How do we let somebody who's started down a path, had to go off and get a job, to come back and work on it? But also, how do we train the students who might not be thinking about engineering or a manufacturing career? So for example, we're working closely with Morehouse College and their computer science people, and we're talking about, okay, well, let's get some up on 3D printing and some data analytics and all sorts of cool stuff like this. The computer science professor, the guy's great. He said, yeah, but I'm not going to bring in the math majors and the physics majors. I'm going to engage the art majors. And you're like, what do you mean? Well, think about all the design tools. They're all using, I think it's Fusion 360 right out of AutoCAD, and they all, they want to 3D print things and so forth. So now we're teaching them how to do it, how to do the analytics behind it, and now they can make cool looking art. But guess what? At the same time, they actually are learning about things like G-code, which is, it's pretty archaic and so forth, but that's what you need in industry. And so all of a sudden they're getting jobs at different companies like Delta Technical Operations and so forth, who need these types of machinists or machine operators. And so what they're looking at, yes, their career might not be as an artist, but okay, how many careers as an artist do you have? But they have another career and they can still pursue their love of art, in their free time. It's really quite nice. So the question is, a lot of the tools that we'll be teaching these students, we need to make sure in let's say the non-traditional areas for manufacturing are also applicable, and then we can point them in that direction. It's no different than you see a lot of the businesses, for example, on Wall Street will go after our engineering students, right? Not to do engineering, but because they're really good with numbers. And so a lot of these kids who are working on art and so forth, music, lots of numbers in there, so they get it. And so we're training them in the right area. So again, I like it, non-traditional programs. I also think about non-traditional students and non-traditional people. This doesn't necessarily only have to be for the 20-year-old, 18, 20-year-old kid out there. It can be for all age groups, which is very exciting.
Good. So I want to maybe switch gears a little bit, get a little specific. Senator Young talked about what was it, 1/3 of the GDP is generated within 30 counties across the U.S. Out of the 3,000. A lot of these smaller, let's say less economically developed counties are the homes of these small and medium-sized enterprises that I think Mike Molnar's number was 95% of them. I'm sorry, Mike, if I got the number wrong. You've told me about 100 times and I still can't remember. How are we going to train all these and work on education and training for all the people at all these SMEs around the country? How can we address really the needs of that small and medium-sized enterprise workforce? Maybe we could start with you, Tom, and then go to Rob.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a combination. So, of course, Arvind's been talking about digital. True, digital is coming out. We see a lot of the broadband infrastructure being built out and so forth that we can do the training. We're getting better tools for doing the training. And I'll tie it back to, an earlier question. I said, well, who else is out there? You've got the Manufacturing Extension Partnership. So every state has one of these, and it's really to help the small, medium-sized enterprises. We can get the word out there, but Department of Energy has better buildings, better business operations where they talk about, how do you use digital to improve the energy efficiency? And by the way, by improving energy efficiency, you also figure out how to connect up your factory and the whole bit. You've got institutes. I saw, Federico from MXD over here. We've heard about SESME and so forth. All of these institutes have a workforce development capability. So the reality is we do, and we have this growing and capable distributed network for education, and then we're getting some new tools to move things forward. Yeah, I think the real key thing here, and this is one of the things that we often talk about, and you can read about it in the NAE report on manufacturing engineering education, is also, though, engaging the high schools, not just the teachers saying this is where you need to go, but the counselors. Manufacturing is exciting, it's good, and so now we're talking the younger generation, but I often talk to a lot of people who are now retiring, and they say, hey, I want to give back, I want to do some teaching. They're actually participating in high schools, sort of saying, hey, this is what's out there and so forth. So I think, to sort of, use a pretty well-worn phrase, but it really does take a village, both on the technology side as well as the personnel side. But I think we're doing a lot of the right things in terms of moving forward. There is no silver bullet, but I think that there's a lot that's going on. The inertia is there.
Rob.
It's also a great way for those industries to recruit the students coming out of the college. A lot of times they flow over there. It's just a win-win across the board. Great.
Yeah, I'll just comment. I'm not supposed to open my mouth, but we do have agricultural extension. Why don't we have, this kind of manufacturing extension? Yeah, broader, right?
Or MEP.
Yeah, or MEP. MEP on steroids. So President Chang left, right? So I wanted to make sure, because the next question talks about.
Don't want to get in trouble, huh?
And we're not recording anymore. So the next question asks about structural changes that maybe let's consider it in a hypothetical so that we can retain our jobs. But are there structural changes that we need to be thinking about within universities, engineering, science, technology, business that we should be thinking about? There's been some discussion of it, but maybe we could talk a little bit more about that. Maybe we could start with Rob.
Specifically, structural within education.
Yeah, within, you know,
So
education.
This will be safer for me because I've only been a professor for 2 years. So, yeah, I think we need to make a distinction between knowledge and training. Foundational knowledge is really important, and I think we need to look to universities to continue to work there. For example, I teach an experimental class, and I'm teaching it right now, it's called Intuitive and Counterintuitive Mechanisms. So it's a mechanical engineering class. And it's basically 18th century mechanism kinematics, but using modern tools. So the foundational knowledge is understanding the math of the kinematics. But when James Watt was doing it, he was using like this feather with ink. I don't know, I guess that was his tool, and paper. What my students have is Fusion 360 that we can then export into MATLAB Simulink and build just amazing, we can add motors and springs to the mechanism. So those are the tools that James Watt didn't have, and I'm helping train my students on how to use those tools. But the foundational knowledge is, what is a Watt 1 6-bar mechanism and why is that different than a Watt 2 6-bar mechanism? And the foundational knowledge about the kinematics of motion and mobility, it goes back, centuries. So I think as long as we can keep those two straight, get people the foundational knowledge they need, and then we can retrain them constantly throughout their career as they will need to be retrained.
Thanks. Arvind, any thoughts?
Structural changes, maybe I'll bring up three things, but going back earlier to the point, I don't know if it was Tom or Rob who made it about the MEP, student teams and so on. I think it's a great idea. I think that is a kind of a structural change. If you look at history of MEP, very much designed in a classic extension, format where, know-how is transferred for SMMs and so on. That is great, but the opportunity here is not just thinking of it as extension, but how do we combine extension and education together? I mean, that is a structural change to think about how we would intentionally engage undergrad student teams in dealing with those kind of things. I think is an opportunity space. We're not structurally set up, I don't think, to do that at scale. I will also add another dimension along these things is I'm really impressed with many of the student clubs that we have, especially the large programs. I mean, they self-organize and they can solve some of the toughest challenges that industry is facing. So another thought here is, how can we be intentional about maybe guiding student clubs, to focus on, state-specific SME, SMM problems and, provide them guidance to make that happen. So I think the element of bringing in our workforce development, like it's a mutual workforce development reinforcement, right? Our students do better, the workers who are in the SMMs are doing better. So like, how do we make it a people, pulling each other up, both ways kind of a thing? I think that's a structural change we need to think about. Educational missions have typically been decoupled with some of these other extension-like missions. I think a second side is, again, going back to what Rob was saying, the Fraunhofer Institute, right? We keep bringing it up. Every time we talk about it being a great example of, applied research translation, how do we connect the research enterprise to manufacturing development? And yet we don't have very good examples. It's time to keep bringing these things up, right? Because it is successful in other countries. I mean, to think of what that model looks like. I think a third structural thing we need to think about is manufacturing really extends across multiple traditional silos in colleges, at universities, and trying to be strategic. If manufacturing is such a key sector in our economy, how do we do more of a front-end integrated approach across colleges to figure out how to deliver, the benefits to our state and our manufacturing sector? I think that's another tricky one. No easy solutions to that, but it's important to realize that manufacturing and operations kind of sit across multiple traditional academic silos, and so that's something else we need to sort out.
Good. So I think, you know, we're getting close to needing to wrap up, so I want to kind of have two final questions here that maybe we can address each of you. And the first one, I think it's very clear that you know, we're kind of at a crossroads. We have this national imperative. We need to be creating this resilient supply chain through excellence in manufacturing and operations. What are maybe one or two things that we should be working on together to kind of help in that regard with respect to education and training? So maybe we can start with you, Tom, and then Arvind, and then Rob.
Yeah, so I think, so, you know, certainly one thing that we could really look at is to take a look at, you know, education across the board. You know, when I was in high school, if you took calculus as a senior, well, man, you were really advanced. Now they're taking, you know, I don't know, like freshman year, you know, even at 8th grade and so forth. By the time they show up to our classes, they forgot trigonometry, which they took in kindergarten, right? So, you know, but I mean, I think the reality is, you know, maybe it's time, just like, you know, many of you may remember taking typing, right? Now it's keyboarding, right? So word processing. Maybe we need to really think about, as opposed to just sort of trying to push things earlier and earlier in the curriculum, let's teach them some other things like statistics, right? So all the IE guys get all excited about that. But really, you know, this is just things like averages and standard deviations, things that are not super high end, but would be very useful in terms of the data analytics and so forth. And I think the other thing that is just going to be so important to move things forward is let the students get some hands-on capability. And I think we've gone through this, I don't know, maybe valley of death is a little bit overused, but we've gone through this sort of valley of death. We used to have all of our machine shops and so forth, and then they got expensive, and then, you know, well, they could be dangerous, and how do we use all these things? So we'll use simulation. And that wasn't so good, right? I mean, it was okay and so forth, but now, you know, you can't work on your lawnmower anymore because, you know, actually the internal combustion engines go away. So now it's electric, and if it dies, you just go buy a new one. But now we do have things like, so you mentioned Fusion 360, so that's, you know, CAD capability. If your kids are 3D printing at home, right? Well, guess what? You know, they're using they're using, what is it? What's this one? Tinkercad, right? Tinkercad is a version. So they're showing up already knowing things like CAD. They're programming Python because they're programming Raspberry Pis or Arduinos, right? And these things have way more power than what we used to put Neil Armstrong on the moon. 8K of RAM to put on the main computer to put Neil Armstrong on the moon. So we have a different generation, a different capability, but we just have to let those students know, yeah, you know, these are important. It's fun. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. You know, no. You know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to, you know, to go into manufacturing. So it's really accessible to everybody.
Go ahead, Arvind.
Yeah, no,
I'm a rocket engineer, actually.
This is helpful. I'm not a rocket engineer, so this is good. But you know, I think I'd just like to reflect on sort of this notion of how can we be more intentional about training a more resilient learner, and you know, what are some Uber level principles we might apply. You know, at a very simplistic level, one could think of, you know, object-oriented programming, for example, right? So if you've done one of those, you're more confident, and when the next one of its kind comes along, you'll be able to do it, right, better. So this idea of how do we intentionally build confidence in our students? You know, I've done robots. I can take anything with automation. You know, they're just tweaks and twists on it. But how do we build a confidence with these different level of skills that allows them, you know, the feeling that when the next barrier comes up, they're going to say, well, I've done this before, or something like this, roughly like this. I can do this, right? So how do we build that? Be intentional about building resilience and adaptability. I don't know what the answer is, but I think that is going to be a key question we need to think about in the context of manufacturing, because otherwise this is going to be a constant race against, you know, automation and AI. You know, this thing of, hey, you know, our jobs are going down, manufacturing jobs are going down because of automation. I mean, the only way this becomes a win-win is if the humans who are being affected by that technological change feel comfortable in leading and understanding what it is, and feel comfortable enough, not necessarily becoming experts, but being comfortable and confident enough with it. That's when I think the true mutual value for both technology and manufacturing jobs comes in. So I don't know quite how to address that, but I think that's a big challenge for us.
Rob?
So one of my hobbies is working on cars, batteries, cable harness, sensors, electric motors, CAN bus protocol, car stuff. That's a joke, modern car stuff. So before I open up the cable harness in my car, what do? Well, I go watch a YouTube video of somebody else who did it, and apparently did it and was so proud of themselves they filmed it for some reason, right? and I'm sure this goes on in lots of other fields that I'm just not aware of. And what I've noticed is my students are really much better at doing this than I am. So I will give a lecture on some 18th century whatever, and they will come back the next day having watched 3 or 4 YouTube videos that explain the foundations of this math and the kinematics, and what an incredible resource. And they're really good at using it and going and finding it. And so be open to other ways of learning. And when someone tells you, well, I found that a YouTube video on it, don't immediately laugh, because that actually might be the right answer. Before you go cut something open to go watch some video of it, what an amazing opportunity. And I think what we're seeing with ChatGPT and things like that is probably an extension in that same direction. If you don't know how to Google something today, you are really not capable. If you can't look it up, if you can't figure out how to use YouTube to go find 2 or 3 other people that have tried something, you're really not at your peak of performance. And I think in another 10 years, it'll be obvious. If you don't know how to use these tools, then you're just not with it. You don't have the same performance. You can't deliver the same value that somebody else who has mastered those tools. So be open to these new things that will make you a more capable manufacturer, a more capable engineer, maybe just a more interesting person. That you have abilities to go get and learn about things, and just because it's ChatGPT sounds kind of like a dumb name. Don't hold that against these bots. They can be really helpful, and the challenge is you've got to learn how to use them and know when not to use them. Which ones to use. That's the key. And my students, almost every lecture devolves into some discussion of something like this. And they're very interested in it, and they need guidance. And again, this is the kind of thing the National Academy ought to do, help society understand how to master these new tools and make sure we get the most out of them, for good.
All right. Last question. I want to make sure AJ and Stefan are on board here. We're doing okay, right? All right. Thumbs up. So, beginning with you, Rob, I want to kind of have you summarize. Is there like a final thought from you and maybe a key takeaway that people can leave today happy with and feel good about themselves and the direction we're moving in?
Sorry, you guys all suck. But your kids are going to do great. And you can feel good about that. I am really reinvigorated with what I'm seeing in young people today. I think they're smarter. I mean, look around this room. It's a little old, right? They're smarter than us. They're harder working than us. They're better looking and funnier than us. And they're more able. They just came through this pandemic. They're probably more, to use AJ's favorite term, they're more resilient than us, AJ. They got through it at a very formative time. I'm putting my money on them. I'm confident that they've figured out how to learn in this new world, and we just need to make sure we support them and help them. And if we do it right, I think it's going to be a good future.
Yeah, so I'm in complete agreement. I think the future is exciting. Look, we have a whole bunch of different ways to learn and to reach out and to make sure that everybody is learning, so it's no longer just sitting in the lecture hall. I mean, if you haven't gone to a modern class, right, you don't sit in the lecture hall and sort of, write down the notes again, and, in terms of, what's on there. So I think that there are great ways to learn. We're reaching out, we're getting to more individuals. Lifelong learning, 40 years ago when I was an undergraduate, we kind of paid it lip service. Right now it's serious, and really people are into it. And in fact, we hear from recruiters that an important part of recruiting isn't even so much how much salary, you need a good salary, but do we have an opportunity to continue to learn and so forth. And I'll get back to actually what Rob said. I think the whole thing about Googling stuff, et cetera, is really important. I think the key thing here, and maybe from a bigger picture, but look, when you read something, we have to take a look at it. It's like when we review a paper, right? I'm not taking it face value. I review it. Is it fundamentally correct? And I think one of the things that we're teaching the students to do is, not go. People say, oh, well, did you read Wikipedia? Oh, you got it from Wikipedia. Look, I don't care if you got it from Wikipedia, but do you think it's right? Have you critically looked at it, as opposed to just blindly taking it in and saying, oh, yeah, that's it, right? There is a very big difference, and I'll just close with this. There is a very big difference between artificial intelligence and real intelligence, and I think that the humans are going to do pretty well over there.
Arvind. That's good.
Just two points. I think one, what's going to be important is this notion of embracing available technology and being nimble and teaching it. I've spoken a lot about the digital side of it, but there's so many other dimensions, like information is available in many different modalities for students. So I think being intentional about embracing in everything we do as we educate, like whatever is happening, just embrace it. Because whether or not we like it, the students are going to be exposed to it. So I think that's going to be important. I think a second piece is being intentional about resiliency in learning, right, in the learners. I think it's time to go back and see, are there things we can be more intentional about that'll help them, quickly jump and feel confident, that they're able to take on different tasks and different technologies that come down the path line, their careers as well. So those are the two takeaways from my side.
That's really good. Hey, can we all thank our panelists here? Let's bring back AJ and Stefan to summarize and talk about next steps. Yeah. We're dismissed.
I saw the funny side of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you. Thank you, Armin. Thank you. Yeah. Step down. Thank you.
You knocked.
Sir. All right. So I just want to start with a very heartfelt thank you. Thank you to all of you for coming. It's a long way for some of you. You were here. We are really glad that you were interested in being part of that coalition that we are starting to form. So, as the senator, I'm going to copy you now and say, give yourselves a round of applause now. And then, of course, we thank the panelists for coming, for working with us, and giving us the insights they provided. I think it was very profound, including Dr. Coleman, I think, who produced one of the best videos I've ever seen. Usually the videos are where people go into their iPhone. I hung on every word she said. It was really, really profound. And then I don't want to forget the incredible staff that Purdue provided us to put this together. We could have absolutely not done this. And so in the back there, we have Shelby Wibbert. Shelby, please stand up. And we have Christina Farmas. I don't know where Christina is. Maybe she might be outside there. Okay. And many, many, many others who contributed to that. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So now, what's next? AJ, why don't you get started?
Thank you again. And I would like to share a couple of parts to that. The first part is during all the course, or of this conversation, I was taking down some notes, and my notepad looked like an expression art, which is completely scribbled on every angle. But I would like to actually put an umbrella over what we just had kicked off here collectively. As we all saw that excellence in manufacturing and operations are the levers, important levers to achieve the resilience as a country in our infrastructure and operations. With that, we also heard numerous times the word democratization of manufacturing. It should be accessible to everybody so we can be a part of that. We have to be intentional. Last panel talked more than a few times the word intentional about it, and we got to be intentional about it. So in the time to come, we will be investing our time in following things. First, continuing to bring nation together and build coalition with industries, with academia, and with government and professional society. So first objective to be continuing for Stefan, myself, and all the organization is to build the coalition, including with connexus at the state levels. So Fred, thank you for taking time. Second part of that coalition building is for us is understanding the word resilience is like calling intelligent and smart. What does that mean really? So we got to understand, I believe, Arvind, you have used the word science of resilience. So we'd like to invest our time in science of resilience, and I talked to Dr. Kershit Cooper from National Science Foundation. So we'll engage, for example, with NSF and our other colleagues understanding the science of resilience. Through that science, we will identify which are those levers that we can work with, dial, and operate as a nation, as a system, to achieve that resiliency. Levers are very important. The next is, as a part of this, we will continue to build resilient learners, another word that we heard before in the panel. So with those, build the coalition, intentional about it. Second, understanding the science of this resilience, which we can apply in manufacturing and operations excellence. Identification of the levers that we can, and then getting the message from Washington to every part of the community that we can is important. Towards that journey, this process will not start only and finish here. This process has just begun. Our work has just been cut out right now. The next would be the road shows. We plan to conduct regional road shows of XMO in the places like at the intersection between Georgia and Florida, where people can participate from both sides. In Texas, in Silicon Valley, in Chicago, in Michigan, and in parts of the world where we want them to hear about it. So, and this would not be done in solo as Purdue or as Indiana, but this would be done in partnership. This phase one process will continue and end in late March, at Purdue with the National Academy of Engineering's event for hosting this workshop for regional, where you all and more would be invited. Though it is called regional workshop, it would be a national event with the footprint. So we're going to starting this now. We are going to finish this in next 6 months or so, and we would have regional meeting. Now somebody would say, AJ, this is crazy that you're going to, through the winter, you're going to conduct all this meeting. Well, if we can do 80%, it would be almost close enough to 100%.
And we'll try to do it in warm places.
Yes, so thank you. So with that, this is the process that we have just begun. Excellence in manufacturing and operations to achieve resilience infrastructure of America. And that's something we eventually would like to reach out to senators, congressmen, governors, CEOs, CTOs, leading professors, academicians, and anybody and everybody who want to be a part of this national movement. So with that, we want to bring this event to the conclusion. At the same time, before you leave, on behalf of Purdue's president, President Mungchen, who is in audience, You're all been invited for a reception at Air and Space Museum. So President Chang, if you would like to say a few words, otherwise we are concluding the event. XMO.
XMO, yes. So we will, so for those of you who still have the Washington Post building from 6 to 8 on their calendar, that is the wrong invitation. We moved it to 79 Air and Space, so a couple of you still asked me if we had it at the Washington Post. Please note, we moved this. And it will be a fantastic event. President Chang will be there. There will be other Purdue alumni. It will be really very nice. So I hope you can all come. From us, you'll get a report in about a week or so where we summarize what we did. Come back to us. Tell us that you want to be part of it. We assume that you want to. So we'll tell you more and more and more. Tell us if there are other things that you want to do with us that you think make sense. If you think of these regional events AJ is talking about, well, is there a place for you where you would like to participate? This is the beginning of building a coalition. It takes a village, a nation to do that. So with that, thank you again, and we hope that we see you at the Air and Space Museum at 7 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Stephen?
Very well. Very well.